Okay, I go on.
Okay, ulti.
Rise here. Surprise.
Right. Can you right?
Rise on here. Rise hits.
Rise to push. Oh no.
Lucian up here.
Lucian dead. Oh no.
Okay, mid in. Top
Rise
in.
to push. Can you kill? Careful.
Mid em. You change luôn. Chơi thêm luôn. Win. Win mid em.
Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Bro, I think you got this, oh.
Well, I think you just beat it, no? Oh! Ah! Ah! Jesus! Jesus! What happened?
Whole win?
No,
Still going, still going.
Jesus! Hey, you win.
还是会出 Q cooldown.
And there's a kill! Oh!
Yes! 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 Let's go!
Kệ nó chiêu kìa, nó nghe nhạc kìa anh em. Nó tưởng nó giết rồi, nó nghe nhạc.
Thua rồi. Mẹ tôi tưởng tôi giết được nhờ. Hay kia bên kia là không chết rồi. Đó bên kia tôi tưởng nó là John Cena mọi người ơi. Đúng ý cho anh em. Hoàn thành xuất sắc nhiệm vụ nhờ.
能换圈吗？
不行，
他走踢了，
不行，
我能走下去吗？
不行。
好，那我踢上楼。
好。
帮一下。不会射。
哇！
还有一个。哎，别插。还有一个。哇，谁啊？
我猜的。
我喜欢台北的夏天。Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
其实当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。对于礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Can't be without you. Always want is always in the mood. Can't be.
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite levels.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP promotion and relegation tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
看一下吃的速度，5000多滴，乌迪看起来很想开团，4000滴进入倒数，狩猎大军开启，这里一晕，直接晕做2人，然后让 Maple 是打出了高额的输出，但悟空是拿下这个水龙魂，另外一边的话，安妮被秒，但后面又是一个无极风暴把对方的 C 位给转起，Betty 这里还在拉扯，Betty 还在尽力，又是一个 Q 技能咬住 ，Betty 拿下了船长，这一波的3连杀 PSG 大赢团长。
thân một mình ở trong hang rồng được bị làm choáng trúng Kati. Kati đang bị dồn sát thương, có một tên lửa câu giờ lại được chân đóng trúng 3 người bên phía đây của chúng ta mất đi vì chưa Kati đập thẳng vào sàn của đối phương. Dogo nhảy phía vào tường, Kai Huynh nhiều máu, Dogo cũng thế, quá nhiều đam đến từ vị trí Senna cũng như Rambo vẫn được bắn bắn đến số gần. Đối phương có thể trả đam đổi được thêm một nhưng đã có triple kill ở Senna của anh chàng số gần và Guri sẽ dứt điểm nốt với một cú đập thẳng mồm.
绕后，这是不要喷水，要到三角草，可是 TSW 有包围的机会。 来到了正面，但是有个英灵之门做保护，加上的是闪现过程的万斯天龙。虽然 Bell Panther 被秒杀，但杀过来的杀手本能配合其他4名队友，还是可以将对方的符野抽掉。此时 Maple 也被 Slater 给往左边架 ，Slater 交闪的线下了龙坑，而在下面圣物私旅当中，他居然打不过怀纳跟吉米恩，这边是连阿智 TP 过来都倒地了，现在是想要继续追着怀纳打，追到了下路的外塔底下，2重灵咒抽了回来，让 Betty 再收获了一颗人头。
Rớt rồng rất nhanh từ bên phía đội Secret Well. Người đi dừng bên phía đội GAM là Levi, bây giờ mới tới thấy con rồng tụt xuống đâu đó khoảng 5.400 máu, 4.000 máu. Levi đang muốn vào, đối phương trong khống chế vào đó là rồng từ bên phía đội của GAM. Bắt đầu xả sát thương, đang bắn lên đi nhưng ta bị dí bởi Imo. Eddie có được mạng ở trên đường trên đối phương, muốn cắt vào, ngăn nhịp thành công. Artemis đang được bắn nhưng đối phương quá đông. Artemis cảm giác là khó làm được, không đấy ta làm được. Sát thương cực kỳ nhiều, double kill dành cho bên phía đội của GAM và GAM sẽ có chiến thắng hay không?
さあベイファーキーはちょっと遠い位置継続か入っていったうわとんでもないベブ公開処刑オールイン成功 SHG 有効に降ってきたところにアリアはなんとか無敵で対応しましたが一瞬の仕掛け SHG 鋭かった。
Taki đã có nhịp cản quá tốt. Baron giành bên phía đội team Secret Well. Lính cắt đẩy lên xỉa khá đau. Đến vì con đường cây kia nha, tới hết tung được 2 người, đó là 2 người trên carry bên phía đội Secret Well. Artemis được bắn, không thể ngăn cản Artemis. Double kill cho xạ thủ bên phía đội của GAM. Và khi vị trí Vito bị bỏ lại thân một mình ở trong hang rồng được bị làm choáng trúng Kati. Kati đang bị dồn sát thương, có một tên lửa câu giờ đang đến chân đóng trúng 3 người. Bên phía đội của chúng ta mất đi vì chưa Kati đập thẳng vào xạ thủ đối phương. Dogo nhảy phía vào tường, cài huy nhiều máu. Dogo cũng thế, quá nhiều đam đến từ vị trí Senna cũng như Rambo. Vẫn được bắn đến số gần, đối phương có thể trả đam đổi được thêm một nhưng đã có triple kill ở Senna của anh chàng số gần và Guri sẽ dứt điểm nốt với một cú đập.
拿下了巴龙也没什么问题。
这波
顶回去，挂上手里剑，把秀哥秒了。后 Q 顶着双 C 1打2。
Đi dừng bên phía đội GAM là Levi, bây giờ mới tới thấy con rồng tụt xuống đâu đó khoảng 5.400 máu, 4.000 máu. Levi đang muốn vào, đối phương trong khống chế vào đó là rồng từ bên phía đội của GAM. Bắt đầu xả sát thương, đang bắn lên đi nhưng ta bị dí bởi Imo. Eddie có được mạng ở trên đường trên đối phương, muốn cắt vào, ngăn nhịp thành công. Artemis đang được bắn nhưng đối phương quá đông. Artemis cảm giác là khó làm được, không đấy ta làm được. Sát thương cực kỳ nhiều, double kill dành cho bên phía đội của GAM và GAM sẽ có chiến thắng hay không?
ハープの位置を抑えることができる。さあシューターさん見るか。さあ引っ張ったのはゲン、ただ相当ダメージが出ている。それでもエンゲージ2番に対して目の前したらその瞬間倒されてしまった。横からエビがやってきてシトラスを狙い撃つダメージを出そうとしました。その死の国の中でシャッタランゴールドエビが回収。さあ出てきた後はどうだ。フラッシュアウトでアリアから逃れることができた。横からレイファーキーがやってくる。フラッシュインハーブ捕まえた。ロケットグラムからハメスローのノックアップマーブル身動きができない。グラビティフィールドの上カックン咎められていましたが。
Boy, you look sad or overcome. Well, let me help, lover. You should try to rest your head. Your heart's stranded now from lying alone in your bed. So let me put you back to sleep. Now don't say a word, just count your sheep. The doctor's gonna heal your wounds tonight, baby, don't be afraid. Don't put up a fight. You gotta rest a while. Take your medicine regularly. So lie down, boy, and let Dr. Love take a look, see. Take a look, see. Oh, come on, baby, baby, I can patch you up. Oh, come on, baby, I can sew your stitches up. Oh, come on, baby, I can make you feel so good. Come on, baby, I'll blow all your troubles away. Come on, baby, so long to all your worries. Come on, baby, I can make you feel so good. I won't let your heart slip away. I'll keep it safe and hold it for you always.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our final night of week number 5, and an exciting night where we're going to work out where everyone is placed in our seedings. Kicking us off, DFM up against SHG. I will be your host tonight, Vestian. Alongside me, my good friend Blue Panda.
Oh, it's going to be hard. A week off from the LCP. I don't know if we can manage that. Oh,
It's fine. We got League of Legends to cast nonetheless.
yeah, no, look, I'm sure we can make do. It won't be the same caliber. Maybe they do get that far. We'll have to find out. But yeah, no, coming into this matchup, the Japanese derby coming through, the LJL representatives going at it in the VCS in our second matchup. You could not really ask for more, given the stature of this competition, especially between our first two teams.
Oh, absolutely. I think of recent times, right, we look back historically, and as I said yesterday, Team Secret Wales and Vikings, traditionally our most fun head-to-head, but now, more than ever, DFM up against SHG is just the most exciting. There's so much going on. It's absolute calamity. DFM on your screen most recently, finally, after the entire year goes by, find their first series win. They have to do it again. They have to repeat that success now to make playoffs for the first time in the LCP.
Yeah, and look at him, the man, the myth, the top lane legend that is Evie for SHG. Oh, I mean, it's going to be such an interesting matchup, him and Ray. But for me, for my money, the jungle is what is going to make or break this series. You look at it on one side for SHG, Johan, and then on the other, I mean, there are smiles across the board, and I don't blame them with how Citrus has been playing as of late. Will we see him target banned out again like against PSG Talent?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of success on it, right? And unfortunately, it goes up against PSG. PSG in game number 2 just realize, okay, well, he's probably going to pick out some assassin. They ban the Talon, they ban the Zed. He goes to the Kiana, looks a whole lot less impressive ultimately than he did look on the other two. So coming to this series, is it something that SHG, who were the ones that showed just, well, they felt prey to it, essentially, just how good he is on those assassins. Are they going to realize that, try and take it out, try and make the game a little bit more standard? Because ultimately, DFM, they finally found success, and it was off the back of those assassins.
Absolutely. And you'd have to hope that he's got more in the tank than just, the Zed Talon, because Kiana left a little bit to desire. There's a little bit more that you can bring out in the jungle. I think we might be stretching it if we go the lines of the Rengar, the Kha'Zix coming out. That's when I think you're really in the middle of a famine for jungle picks. But if he's allowed the Talent, if he's allowed the Zed, this could be a really electric series.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to mean so much to either of them, right? SHG, they've made the playoffs twice in a row now, looking to make it a third, try and right some wrongs, essentially, of the past splits, try and find a higher placing, because unfortunately bowing out in the first hurdle both times. And every team has been leveling up so consistently across the LCP, and you expect the same from both these LJL representatives, and it's definitely shown for DFM. SHG, the split, not so much. I mean, they have kind of plateaued. I think Johan in particular has done a really, really good job, and he is doing very well at controlling the pace of the game most games that he's in, but unfortunately falling over to the last DFM matchup does suggest to me, and especially after seeing Paz come onto the screen after game number 3, tears in his eyes, you saw how much it means to him. I'm going to be honest, I am rooting for DFM this time.
Yeah, I kind of am, just for the storyline. I mean, Citrus has been such an exciting jungler to watch come into it. We've been waiting for Arya to have those level-up moments for this team, and obviously the whole Karkun storyline, he comes in as a mid laner, he's as a sub, and then is forced to move down to the bot lane because Milan has to return back to Japan due to health issues. And then obviously playing last week, his last match against PSG Talon was suffering a little bit on stage. You could see that with the cooling pad. But I mean, he's the guts, the grit to show up and still put in those hard yards for this team shows his dedication to the cause.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very exciting. I mean, again, I expect this game to not be the cleanest of our games here in the LCP. I expect there's a lot of mistakes being made, a lot of sort of, I guess, map movements, macro mistakes that you're not really expecting that lead to these high octane moments, but that is just the most fun League of Legends to watch, and that is why I'm so excited all the time to watch these two go head to head, because it's some of the things that don't make sense that just make it so beautiful.
Look, we won't be deviating too far in the realms of the weird and wonderful. I'm not expecting Rek'Sai top lane to come out again, especially with how cleanly Evie dealt with it. So, I mean, look, I'm excited. There are those picks that we have seen from both these teams that come out and just blow the game up. I mean, you look back, Arya picking up Yasuo in season kickoff and absolutely dumpstering the Chiefs there. There could be another angle for something like that, especially, well, maybe not necessarily the Yasuo, but if you've got these assassin junglers coming in, there could be something that comes out.
Absolutely. Right, first time, once we're back, game number 1, we'll see you shortly. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time. The LJL Derby kicking us off here in day number 3. SHG falling to DFM most recently, but have had their number for the majority here of the LCP. It's going to be very exciting. Key matchup. Fate, Arya, Johan, Citrus.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, I'd also like to add Evie to that after his performance against the Chiefs. The guy just leveled up. I mean, you see all this talk, all this rhetoric about, oh, you know, the LJL and the Oceanic teams compared to the rest of the competition. And there has been a lot of criticism, at times justifiably so. Yes, I will not doubt that. But Evie came into this weekend a man possessed.
Absolutely there. Thumbs up on the way onto stage. Fist bump against Ray Farkey. Always exciting to watch these two. Quite often gets quite explosive up there in the top side. And in comes the two junglers. The most recent additions to either team, Johan and Citrus. Oh, there it is. There's the fist bump handshake combo.
I have to say, so Kiai, known as the Endless Smile, that's his nickname. I reckon Citrus might be making a bit of a name for himself. That dude, I have not seen him without a massive grin on his face this entire split.
Absolutely. And there's Arya, as well as Fate. Very high-performing mid laners for either side of the Rift. Both with experience in the LCK now, in the LCP rather. AD carries Marble, a traditional AD carry player. Very safe, very reserved, but almost perfect at finding his moment. You know, you've seen him get a couple of pentakills here and there. He's been very, very capable of finding his moment, making that big-time play. And Karkun, a little bit more reserved in general. Don't really expect those highlight plays out of him, but very consistent in that AD carry position.
Ooh, that was a bit of a wince on Harp's face there. Not sure what that was about, but yeah, no, coming into this matchup, him and Gang, both going to be integral to the success these teams find. I mean, especially with those engaged supports, they have been so impressive. And yeah, Paz, I mean, a man wearing his heart on his sleeve after that victory against SHG after a year of just disappointment against them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always so good to see, right? It just shows just how much it means to everyone involved when you do get that emotional. I mean, a lot of other teams, it's a walk in the park to get the win over SHG for them. But for DFM, it's been one of those hurdles they've been trying to get across and been very, very close many a time. When it finally happens, the emotions come in and it's really just proven to the world that it's not there's a lot of meaning behind each of these games for all the teams.
I mean, the SHG, the proverbial monkey on the back for DFM, they just have not been able to shake them throughout every single matchup between the two teams up until their most recent. And now coming into it, this DFM roster have one thing only to prove in this matchup, that it was not a fluke, that it was not a one-time thing, that they are just as capable as taking the victories as their counterparts in this matchup.
Absolutely. DFM come in with the side selection because they are the top seed between the two, being that they did make the first win against SHG happen, fall to PSG, but still higher seed. Blue side, no surprises, ultimately. And in fact, SHG, I believe it was most recently, picking up the red side here in the LCP.
Well, at the moment, it is a 60-40 split, blue side in favor, because of how the obviously side selection works. With higher seeding, you get blue side. More often than not, the higher team is the one that picks blue side, and more often than not, the higher team is the one that's winning. So we are seeing that follow an understandable trend at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also the fact that sometimes the team that loses then goes on to choose the red side anyway and then lose. Yeah, exactly. It does start to stack up a little bit. So here we have it. SHG DFM winner will lock themselves in at that 6th seed heading into the playoffs. This is the last seed available here in the breakout group, and it's one of these two teams going there.
Absolutely.
Up on the top side, still 2 seeds are going to be locked in.
Oh, it's time. Hunara and Ambessa Yorick targeted away. Pantheon, Wukong, so Citrus copping a lot of heat, but not in the direction that we necessarily thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Just taking away some of those steady bruiser champions. The Varus, the final ban here towards Karkun. Still a lot of champions available in that AD carry position. First pick to come through now for DFM. What are they going to look towards? Really, there's a lot open. You've got the Rumble, you've got the Gwen. Both top laners love that champ, but Orianna. Aria, I mean, he's won a lot recently.
Well, there is a certain jungle pairing that does fit reasonably well into the assassin category that, funnily enough, Poltron has been playing a little bit of recently. I would be very surprised if Citrus brought out the Shaco, but with an Orianna already shown and Wukong being banned out, it could make for a devastating combo.
Yeah, I mean, Shaco...
It's not happening. Absolutely not. It's not.
Anyway, but one pairing that is actually pretty decent is the Orianna Talon. Just by virtue of Talon going invisible, you don't see the ball. You can get onto someone and just immediately annihilate them. Now, still, I don't really expect it in a game 1, but with Citrus' recent success, it wouldn't be the most surprising thing.
I mean, Vi is also just available. I mean, a fairly capable delivery system in her own right. Annie for Fate paired with the Xin Zhao. It's going to be scary for Arya. He is going to have some vision. Play that lane a little bit safer than he might have otherwise.
Now, second and third picks for DFM to come through. Would be pretty normal to see a jungler come out.
Nope.
Rumble is going to be selected here for Ray. So not all that surprising. We'll see what it's answered with. I mean, Galio's looking pretty decent, being that there are just the 2 APs already selected.
Absolutely. I mean, with that Nocturne, ooh, okay, something else that Citrus has played a little bit of.
Yeah, he played this game 1 against SHG. Yep. Now, they did lose that game, unfortunately. Obviously, this time with the pairing of the Orianna, it does get a little bit stronger.
I think Arya's having some communication issues. So the Cassante comes out over the Galio. Now, it could come through. I mean, you're probably not looking for it to support now. But, yeah, Cassante, the core for Evi, he did have a phenomenal game against BioPanther in that top lane yesterday. But
absolutely.
It wasn't not into a Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a rough early game for Evi, but ultimately, Cassante, a champion that survives the matchup, so ultimately will be reasonably fine as he comes into that later stage and is able to be that front line, build a bunch of magic resist against what already is an AP-heavy team composition. So
Zaya banned away. Yeah, looking for those safe removals. You don't want something with safety. I mean, yes, so it definitely stands out as the other one, potentially a Bard angle.
We'll see. SHG with one more ban to come through, maybe targeting out the support.
Okay, they're
be the Bard.
taking the Bard away. Which, I mean, yeah, it provides a lot of setup for this DFM roster. Would have been not the worst for Gang in terms of trying to slow down that follow-up.
These friends that are just vying for the opposite teams, I can't obviously know.
Maybe they're just LJL fans. Alistair, yeah, okay. Another solid band with the comp that's shown.
Absolutely.
And a champion that's been played plenty by Gang.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's almost been the champ he just goes to immediately on first game if it's open, but this time we'll be banned away. Corky here for Marble, very strong AD carry in the lane and has had a lot of success of late.
Yeah. I mean, Jin definitely could be an option for DFM.
No.
It could.
No.
I mean, you're not desperately looking for something. Kaiser as well could be the other one.
Yeah, Karkun has gone towards the Jin quite a lot, but again...
Smolder.
Okay, I mean, yeah, can somewhat follow up, of course. You go in, you drop the Marm on top of a team fight, and the splash damage is there. There's not a lot of threat for him, really, outside of any flash. He is pretty unperturbed, so there's a decent angle for the Smolder.
Well, it seems that Karkun has definitely bucked that trend of safe is the name of the game. He is now looking to come into his own as a bot laner for this DFM roster, playing more and more aggressive champions as the days have gone on. Nautilus for Harp in the support role. What does Gang want? I mean, you could just go engage sports. You could potentially run some Enchantresses into this, but...
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily know. Rakan's fine. Could be Rakan angle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So Rakan here does a good job of peeling away champions like the Nocturne. Pretty easy to take off that spell shield as well when you have things like the Corky. So a very decent pickup here for Gang. We'll see how it's utilized. Of course, DFM very much want to isolate a target, shut them down with that Nocturne Orianna combo, Rumble ultimate on top of it. On the other side of things, a decent amount of peel. You've got the Cassante there, the Rakan alongside the Zinzal, so creating space for the Annie and the Corky is the name of the game for the side of SHG.
Absolutely. I mean, Fate is just going to be a sitting duck without that flash.
Yeah.
Will be a prime target for... Okay, yeah, Arya's still having some issues. And I think that's very important, especially given how good his Orianna has looked. You want him to be able to communicate as effectively as possible with his team.
Absolutely. So we will take to the roof very shortly for game one. It's going to be very exciting. Again, last time these two teams went head-to-head, it was DFM who got the upper hand, but historically it's SHG pretty clearly favored. How much stock, I guess, do you put in the recency versus the historic head-to-head? Because regardless, really, it's been close the entire time.
Absolutely. Absolutely, in the skin game, surprise, surprise, Cosmic Dawn Rakan.
Yeah, yeah. The skin game, I mean, it's close. You got the Corgi, but on the other side of things, the Super Galaxy Rumble. Old God Nocturne is the only skin I have, and thus the skin I use.
I've got a few of them. I can't remember. You can't go wrong with the Haunting Nocturne, whatever, the Ghost one. The OG,
yeah,
like...
The Halloween one.
Yeah, the Halloween
I
one.
know, yeah, I think it is called Haunting Nocturne from memory.
Yeah, I can't quite remember.
Me neither.
World Breaker Nautilus. I mean, look, Splash Art goes hard. He's a little bit less big than larger than life in game.
Yeah, everyone gets shrunk down into Summoner's Rift size. Can you imagine if they weren't? There'd be some big champs out there. No matter the day, always a crowd chant. The only region I think that has it, just so consistently.
That's because all the other ones are boring.
Yeah, true.
Have you heard American sports teams chants? Let's fight! No, just get out.
On the other hand,
the Brits do it.
Yes, the I guess European football chants are always quite hysterical.
Oh, it's so criminal that Smolder only has the one skin.
Yeah, he's a relatively new champ, 2023 released in. I'm sure
relatively new, 2 years ago.
Okay, but then you have champs that came out in 2009.
Yeah, poor Skarner. Man, he's been so hard done by.
There's a few more skins these days.
No, it's been like someone. So they keep updating. It's like 3,000 days.
Yeah, but he got an entire champion overhaul.
That's not a new skin.
It essentially is.
Tell that to the Skarner mains.
Oh. I'll be scared to talk to them. Gang gonna get hooked up here, level 1. Decent trade. Even more decent as Kakun finds a few more auto attacks and another Q off the back end of it.
Okay, a lot of trading in the mid lane between Fate and Aria.
Nice stun.
Now, if that was electrocute Annie, that would have been a very, very scary situation for Aria.
Yeah, for sure. Level 2 going to come across for both the mid laners.
Yeah, I mean, largely two of the biggest points of leverage for each of the teams in this game between the Orianna and the Annie. They're going to set up so much. They find those openings. Unfortunately for Fate, he does not have the same luxury as Aria does in that ball delivery system of a Nocturne screaming across your screen with the lights turned off.
Absolutely.
Ten stacks.
Solid laning so far here in the bot lane. The easiest lane to navigate, but thankfully there's no Nico, so it's also not the worst.
Citrus is, I think, yeah, more than likely just going to keep power farming. He wants to get that paranoia up and available as soon as possible. You're not looking at a huge amount of gank or kill threat outside of the bot lane. Unless Eevee just takes more and more of that Flame Spitter and the Electro Harpoons, and then maybe there's an angle for Citrus up on the top side.
Sure. Phase Rush blocked there by Fate, but losing out on the trade. Still has teleport though, whereas Aria already using his. So a decent position in the lane for him. Aria's going to make sure to cancel. The team 12 a recall.
Getting some deep vision though. So just trying to figure out where Johan is playing around the map, and I think that is going to be a pretty contested point around the map. Just making sure they know where the other is. Oh, Gang.
Yeah, Gang getting taken very low, and Marble, sturdy hands, not cancelling the recall, gets back, but DFM here in this bot lane doing a fantastic job. Exactly how the game, how you'd want the game to be going for them.
Oh, Harp. Long arm that one.
Making sure to disallow the freeze outside a tower.
Absolutely. I've seen that pretty consistently. The supports at the moment though in the mid lane, Aria just edging out on the XP advantage. Just going to take over to 5 first, which means barring outside intervention, could be the one to hit 6 first. And with the timing that Citrus has achieved in the jungle, would mean that that combo should be coming on the line in the next few minutes.
Yeah, very scary for the Annie as soon as those level 6 do tick across. Obviously, infamously immobile. Nocturne Orianna combo will force out the flash, and then it's very punishable in the near future thereafter. It'll be interesting to see how he navigates that. Many have tried to navigate that combo and have failed.
Absolutely. Now into lane though, Marble. I mean, he's, as you'd expect, it being a Cork, he can be a little bit oppressive for a Smolder. Ooh, just off the money. Harper's willing at the drop of a hat to throw that dredge line.
A little bit worried. Ain't very far back, but once again, command distance doing a reasonable chunk of damage there too. And his health bar. Going for 2 points Q, 2 points W so far. I imagine it's just the 2 points in the W, and we'll max out the Q first on Orianna.
Oh, okay.
Nice cancel there on the flap, flap, flap. Will escape out of a lot of the damage, but again, DFM's bot lane doing fantastically here. Aria as well. Does eat a Tibbers, but will be still relatively healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. Citrus in the vicinity, just going to be heading back to base. He is literally on the cusp of that paranoia being available. I'd have to watch that clip back down in the bot lane. Dredge line goes out would have hit Gang, but because he was mid-dash, it lollipops and hits Marvel instead. Rakan, what an interesting champion.
Johan helping Fate push out this wave, get himself a recall before level 6 is hit there by the Nocturne. Pretty wise decision, ultimately. Top lane, very even, although Evie is slightly ahead of minions after clearing up this wave. Still very slight. This is, of course, a really good position to be in this matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, Ray is not going to be wanting to stand all that close to a Cassante, so it makes sense. Trying to farm with abilities is a little bit harder than just smacking the minions.
Good shot.
Lane swap. I mean, pacing-wise, DFM are just going to get there a little bit earlier to the party. Unfortunately, the wave state, I mean, it's not amazing.
Yeah, I think left relatively even. Both top laners heading down bot. Another hook lands from Harp. Deadly accurate on that at the moment.
Yeah, and it gives the opportunity for Karkin to get more stacks. I think that's the main reason that they are just willing to rip that cord. 58 for himself at 7 minutes 37.
Yeah, very good. Very, very fast stacking.
Wow.
Can be exceptionally happy with how this is going currently.
No, he's done it again.
Faster too. Another hook does land. Gang actually going forward will dash away, and Karklin's ultimate will unfortunately go wide. Still,
But
just the constant pressure there.
Citrus is now 6. Unfortunately, that top side has been warded almost the entirety of the game so far. Just to keep eyes on, so they'll start up the grubs instead, having all that lane priority. Gang, unfortunately for DFM, with the unsealed spellbook, has teleport, so we'll be back up on this top side.
Ooh. Fate, a little bit too nimble. Able to walk on out of there, but Paranoia flash away. Oh
my
he still
God.
gets hit. And down will go Fate. He tries to flash away, but not able to do so. As DFM strike first with that first blood, in will come Evie as well, but Ray Farkey on the way, a fantastic equalizer splitting the fight, but it's still a kill back. Citrus flashing away, Gang on 1 HP, able to live, but no, Ray Farkey able to get that last hit as well. Evie trying to live as well as the splash, but the healing is there. Evie will survive and teleport back to the fight for Fate.
A phenomenal series of events for DFM there. I mean, look, if I had known that DFM were going to be running Doombot Oriana, I would have called this game in Champ Select. My lord, that was the longest range command shockwave I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah, it was a funky flashes and just, I mean, hard to see how he was hit, but he was ultimately. And
unfortunately, the timing, the buffering, obviously meant that the command shockwave had procced before the flash, technically.
And Evie comes in, tries to be that difference maker, but the equalizer stops Marble from even hitting anyone. Still this whole time, not able to hit, not able to do anything, and Evie will live.
Oh.
Second win, Doran's shield, and Cassante having the second highest base HP regen in the game. Keeps him alive. Come back to life though, SHG. They're not going to go down without a fight. Pick themselves up the first dragon of the game.
Statistically though, it has been the case for almost the entirety of the season finale where red side takes first dragon. In fact, a 65 to 35% red-sided first dragon take.
Here you go.
Which is interesting because again, it seems to be, interesting indeed.
Yeah, hook lands on a marble. Karkun does take a massive chunk of damage back, but he's still just happy to get those stacks. 83 now.
Yeah, we are seeing more of these blue sides take those grubs, the dragons to trade, and then from there on, blue team usually just stops that stacking altogether. I mean, this is a phenomenal game from Karkun. Given the matchup, you would imagine that he does miss the cannon, but I mean, like the fact that he's weathering the storm, stacking as much as he is pretty impressive still. Experimental Hex played up for Citrus, and it is time to put that paranoia on repeat.
There we are. Fist fighting, Cassante Rumble. No one going too low. If he does have that all out, it does give him quite a lot of combat power, and You see, turns around to threaten, but Ray Farkey, very well aware of what could happen, just strolls back.
Oh boy. It's about to go down in the bot lane. Hex Flash!
Looking for Gang. Nice dodge. We'll be able to get over that wall as well. Now it's a 4v2, but it is going to be matched. DFM realizing that, just going to head out.
If they get an angle onto Fate, remember, he has no flash. It's very nearly up, but before it is, they may look to try and capitalize. You can see just how... Oh, there we go. I was telling you.
Yeah, Fate, no flash. In he comes. Arya is going to go down eventually. Rather, Fate does, and is going to be maybe traded back. Citrus does get a bit of healing for the Triumph as Johan alongside Gang fighting as much as they can. Arya is going to be exhausted, but the heal comes through from Hart. NECC, nice flash from Johan. Gang, does he have the mobility? It's not up just yet. It's not up, and Harp will get that kill. Another one going the way of DFM, 4-2, ahead in gold as well, and DFM looking to repeat their success from 2 or 3, whenever it was, last week. They all mold.
Oh my lord.
Oh, it's very hard to be this Annie.
It's alright though, Flash is nearly off cooldown. And it will be back up before Paranoia round 3 is.
Nice exhaust there, trying to get some space for Johan, but unfortunately because of
my
it,
lord,
goes wide. Gang doesn't have any of his abilities left, so able to just be auto attack down and able to be claimed once more. Redemption now online here for Harp on the Nautilus. Now gone are the days of every tank support going for the locket.
Yeah,
the Redemption show now.
Yeah, it really has been. I think just how much presence it has from range.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm very, very insane seeing how Harp's playing this Nautilus. He is just full sending it like a 20-something-year-old trying to rip start a chainsaw.
Absolutely. Now, still, all this happening. DFM ahead. Smolder, not even at the second upgrade yet. Of course, stacking very fast. It's not a slight to him at all.
But he is literally on the cusp at 114 stacks, so 11 to go.
Yep, we'll have that second upgrade where the stacking becomes even quicker.
Yeah, with an 8 now. And that was a big problem last night. It's just the fact that the Smolder kept having wave after wave after wave funneled into it.
It's just the nature of bouncing mid lanes, unfortunately. And when the tools aren't there to actually shut down the Smolder, which is the case again here, it does make it very, very difficult. And unfortunately for SHG, it's them facing it twice in a row now.
Would you believe that Paranoia is up and available again, as is the Command Shockwave and the Equalizer? Unfortunately, Citrus is on a ward. Oh, no!
Oh, dear. They have absolutely no idea. They realize what the target's going to be. Arya should go down, but maybe not. The Redemption's there. Johan being focused, trying to find his way onto Arya. Not going to be able to do so as Ray and Evie's teleporting in. Mum comes on through. Evie trying to find a way onto the back line. Won't be able to do so, but Marble does take down Harp.
What an, what an absolute mess of a fight, but DFM somehow still take down Fate, only losing Harp. Unfortunately, it does lose them priority over this Herald. So SHG able to capitalize on something at the very least. Second point of Monster Slaying will be going their way, which gives them a lead in that category. May mean it does come down to the towers taken.
Fate,
oh no,
flash and gets taken
oh no, Citrus is being ganked in the stadium. He was swatting at something. I mean, yeah, look, they just had no idea. And it was off the money.
The ult as well.
Yeah, because he just gets jumped on as soon as Citrus starts flying. It's understandable, realistically.
And unfortunately,
good guy Hart plays his life here.
Yeah. Karkun just going to hit Marble a couple times, get some stacks. Oh, no foul for him. 1 for 1 ultimately, but support for mid lane.
Yeah, he's getting gagged. Oh dear.
Hopefully he took care of it.
It's not every day the jungler's getting ganked in lane.
Still looking. He's after that insect.
Dude, man, I started throwing hands. This fly wasn't leaving. I had to show it was who was boss.
Looking.
Where's the smite, man? Just.
Well, hopefully they find the bug and Not in-game bug, of course. Out of game.
But for the first time,
bug.
yeah. Kazakhs roaming around.
We're really searching for it.
Yeah, look. Oh, dear. I think that may be the first and only IRL bug that the 2025 season, or any season, I think, may have.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if SHG get told, you know, like what the pause. I guess they would. They would get told. It's like, so the game is paused because the enemy team's jungler actually got ganked.
There's a bug. What kind? You know what? There's a bug. What was the bug? Fly? What? No. What was the bug? It was a fly. How do we debug that? Do we have to chrono break the fly?
Hopefully not. I mean, I didn't really see what's going on. I think it was a pretty tame state.
Oh no! So. Like, realistically, they still get the kill on Fade.
Yeah.
Like nothing at all changes.
SHG get themselves the Herald as well, so they're feeling good, but gold lead in favor of DFM. And with the stacking on their side being the Smolder here, you can feel fine with the fact you've gone down the one dragon and the Rift Herald, ultimately.
Man, we really are a region of all sorts, aren't we?
We are.
Oh dear.
Good fun.
It is nothing if not entertaining here. Once again, Paranoia is up, unfortunately, for Aria. Command Shockwave not having the same level of cooldown that Paranoia does at this stage. I think honestly, it would not be the worst idea for at least the broadcast side of things to change the Paranoia icon. Yeah, okay, so it was still on cooldown because the top, like, left of the icon is so dark. You can't see the thing ticking.
There's going to be the second dragon of the game, Chemtech Dragon, going the way of SHG, now 2-0 in terms of those dragons stacking. Artican in 3.5 minutes. Dragon, of course, 5 more minutes away. So we are going to have a lull period, which for a champion like Smolder is something they really like. Although I say that, Paranoia is going to be popped. They're finding their way this time onto Johan. He tries to get the ultimate to get himself some safety, but won't be able to do so. The Redemption, on the other hand, might just be able to. As Fate comes in, 3-man Tibbers, so much damage coming down. Both Redemptions being used. Kakun now here. Johan solo. Ray Faki burning him to an absolute crisp. And they will get one in response. It is a 2-for-1 favoring SHG.
How long was Johan alive and all of that? Redemption, Sundered Sky, Xin Zhao's just innate healing. I don't know if, Conqueror. I don't know if Gang maybe got a Quill in there as well. Watch this. So he gets absolutely caught by the combo. Crescent Sweep does nothing for him really. All this time, he just does not drop below 0. And you know what he says? Yeah, okay, whatever. No, I'll just stick around. I'll just keep going. This is perfectly fine. Dives back on in, gets the kill onto Aria. That was criminal.
Yeah, what an insane fight out of him. Fate coming in as well. 0-3 and 2, I believe, at the time. Comes over, drops the 3-man Tibbers, keeps him alive even longer. A great fight out of SHG there, bringing that gold 1k apart now, but with the objectives on their side, they do certainly have a reasonable position, but it's always going to be about the Smolder as we continue stacking up, getting closer and closer, getting those items online. Unfortunately misses a bunch of those minions, but it happens.
1,000 gold lead off the back of Marble picking up a couple of very, very big kills.
Yeah,
I think both of them were on to half, actually.
Yeah, both. I mean, rather, both items of Marbles are now there, so it is a power spike timing for SHG in regards to the core key, but they're looking for Fate, and oh dear.
My lord.
Oh dear, he's down, in comes the teleport. This is going to be heavy. Not able to do much, just gives Karkun another couple stacks.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite the same level of survivability as Xin Zhao.
No.
But with that Chemtech taken, feats of Monster Slaying claimed by SHG, it will come down to, again, I just hate this, the feat of Tower.
The feat of structural integrity.
The feat of urban planning.
It is DFM who, of course, do pick it up, so they will get themselves the feats of strength completed. Rift Shield going to be dropped for a chunk of damage onto that mid tower. Will, of course, be cleared out, but still half HP now, so any fight they do win should almost certainly result in that tower going down.
Yeah. Top lane taken. Means that Noxian Blessings claimed by DFM. So they're going to have those upgraded boots going forward. And I cannot tell you if Paranoia is up again because, there we go. It's 10 seconds away. I knew it was close.
Absolutely. Now he's level 12 as well, so shorter cooldown based on the leveling.
And Command Shockwave 2 going to be hitting that much harder. It is also 7 seconds away from cooldown. Oh, that ward again. Luckily this time Harp's on the job.
Yeah, making sure whatever side of the map Fate's on, the Oriana's there and the Nocturne's hovering. Been very successful for them so far. 0 and 4 on the Annie. Almost entirely due to this combo. I think actually every single one of his 4 deaths rather, have come off the back of that Nocturne Oriana combination.
It has indeed.
Kind of crazy that this combo would have existed for the entirety of League, but back in the day everyone just thought of hold up, in we go! The ult. Unfortunately missed time there from Arya. Means they will not be able to find a kill there onto Marble, only having to use the Valkyrie. So that is a big lot of cooldowns used ahead of this Dragon. Ray though, he's down. Mum comes on over top, lands onto 3, but not all that much damage. And Dragon, number 3 here, the Infernal Dragon will go the way of SHG in 30 more seconds.
Although SHG, are they looking for an Artican? Maybe they're looking to try and bait DFM into an overstepping. Bait is here. Citrus on the backside.
Citrus could just get stunned up here. He will. The Tibbers is there. Citrus very, very low. Flash away. Redemption's going to heal him up. Does miss out on that spell shield, of course, but still gets a bit of health back for himself. It will be the Dragon that is the reward for SHG, and that's the 3rd now soul point for them. Despite being down in gold, consistently having the macro advantage. Right place, right time, so consistently.
Absolutely. Yeah, unfortunately just a little off the money. A couple of times here has Arya been. Let's put them in a bit of a rough spot, and you can see, I mean, we are 21 minutes in. That's a Seeker's Arm Guard for Fate. Yeah, I mean, it was close. It was very close. Just, yeah. A little bit too far to go. Oh, they are going for Artican.
Now Hook lands and
great
Artican
interception
being
by
started
Harp.
up by DFM. Picture in picture. Looks uncontested for the time being, but
it's because Ray's fighting.
Ray comes in, Evie trying to find a way out, does flash, but that's a lot of damage onto this Cassante.
Equalizer's still here.
Is still available for him if he wanted to look for that recall and come back, and he will do so, though the Artican was stopped.
Equalizer was held though for Ray. After picking up that Blood of this Curse, it is going to mean that that is a lot of damage that Arya will be doing. Shredding through those resistances. Fate flash up once again. Karkun has hit his mark and has picked up the Shojins to boot, so he is going to start ripping and tearing. You look at it, 2 Qs, clears out the minion wave.
Yeah, great position now for Karkun.
Oh boy.
Really will be hitting his stride. Of course, it is just a bit of a waiting game when it comes to this champion. Evie turns it around, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage. The true damage that burns from the max health from Karkun. You see it shredding through Evie. A great shockwave, not needing the paranoia this time around. Still having access to it though, as everyone from SHG desperately trying to flee. Flash, Harp not quite connecting. Grand Entrance going to be able to get Gang back out to safety, but the Artican should be picked up here by DFM.
Paranoia is 2 seconds away. So if they want to get on the back line, Citrus could pull that trigger at a moment's notice. But SHG, I think, rightfully make the call. Teleport out from Fate down to the bot lane. He's going to try and take himself that bot tier 1, but Artican secured off the back of some great team fighting from DFM. Oh no, it's going to be matched by Ray.
Yeah, so not going to be able to find that.
I mean, Citrus, you look at how he plays this fight. Evie looks to go for the turnaround. Citrus just sidesteps away, gets out of danger. Harp comes in. The depth charge, as well as the command shockwave, just dumped onto Evie and Johan's head, and then comes in Karkun for the double. Fate forced to flash. Gang gets away.
Fate no flash. I've seen this one before.
He's got a Seekers though.
We'll help him a little bit.
For this time. Next time he's on his own. 3-0 and 2 on this Smolder. What was a burgeoning 1,000 gold lead for Marvel is all but swung back the other way.
Absolutely. Dragon Soul, a win condition that is still there for the side of SHG. One good fight around that objective, and they can find themselves with a substantial advantage in terms of that combat strength. But here we go, we're looking for Marvel. Able to cancel out the Valkyrie, able to fear him, able to take him down as Karkun will claim yet another mid lane tower now. Going to be focused down and most likely taken out as Fate will have to use that blast cone to rejoin his team.
Took a little bit longer, but they do get it done nonetheless. Evie has a lot of shield for the MR. He's got a lot of magic resist, in fact, in the kit because he was into the Rumble, but that is going to allow Karkun to really just shred through him for the most part. The Ice Spawn's only going to offer so much.
Baron Nash now alive.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord, that's a lot of damage. Gang gonna have to head home, get himself his health topped up, and look to redeploy onto the map. Obviously, 1.5 minutes until that dragon is the point of the map that SHG want to contest if they can, but it might just be that the power is not there for them, so they won't be able to.
Yeah. Oh dear. There you go. Starting to build. Could be the clip room. Probably not really all that needed given the team fight that DFM have. You're not really needing a heal in the middle of it because of just how much they output. Could be. But Magic Pen coming through means that Evie's going to start taking more damage. Harp is going to meet him in the river, but I mean, I'd say that's not a fight you want to take, but it is Harp, and he has been quick on it today.
Absolutely. Karkun back out on the map now, has himself the Cloak of Agility alongside the Last Whisperer. Now, SHG, they're trying to get creative here. They're looking for Arya. Arya will spot. No! The vision's perfect. Uh-oh! The shockwave is good, but he is going to get taken out.
Yeah.
It's a nice find on the bottom side of the map. Arya eventually shut down. Fate claims its first of the game, but DFM, realizing how much pressure is being put down there, are going to look to take the Baron. It will be traded for the soul, so SHG will get their Dragon Soul. And now, DFM, they have 3 minutes to really break open this game.
Question is, will they really get the soul? Looks like, yeah, Johan's jumping on it now. They take the mid-tier 1. Baron. Yeah, okay, so DFM looking like they are just going to give up the soul in favor of Baron.
Yeah, will be doing so.
With Corki, that's an interesting call.
I mean, they have 3 minutes now to try and get this one, and ultimately, even though the soul's given over, the scaling's still well and truly there with this Smolder. If you can break open the base and make it almost impossible for SHG to fight, then you don't get all that much usage out of the Infernal Soul. We'll see, though. Definitely a risky call. Oh! Oh, well.
Couldn't decide whether he wanted the money from the ward or to stop the TP. I think, realistically, money from the ward's the best play. That Evie is going to slap you pretty hard.
So at the moment, only the mid lane pushed means there's not really a world in which you're able to start.
And they got top,
this tower.
There's no one near it, so there's just going to be babysit the siege minion, do as much as he can off the back of it.
Now eventually, as Ray pushes out that bot lane, that's when you start to be able to look towards these towers, but Gang...
That has to be one of the fastest souls we've had this split.
It might be.
Yeah,
the
tower.
bottom tower going down first of all.
Hook, just a little off the money. Evie is a little bit slippery. There's a Cassante.
For sure.
Most importantly, though, where are the carries of SHG?
As far away from vision
literally
as possible. I mean, their fight is strong now with the Infernal Soul. But if they do get picked off, as they have been so far this game, it would look a little rough. They're looking! They find it! Right onto Marvel. In comes Marm. A lot of damage, but not able to find the kill. Shut down first of all, as Citrus is going to be taken out. Fake Gold in the middle of everyone, but he is going to be taken out very near after. It's Arya who claims that kill. Evie trying to get in the back line and do anything! He almost takes down Karkun. The Karkun able to just narrowly survive. They get the mid tower. They get the 2-for-1. DFM do get a reasonably decent fight for themselves, although not without SHG trying their damnedest. Now Harp may be getting focused down by Johan. Not the easiest fight for them to take, as Johan does not have ultimate. Will have to flash away from the dredge line.
Yeah. Look, that was very deep. It was very, very deep. Marble jumps away. Just it is a very narrow affair with all the heals and the redemptions going off on top of Mum and the equalizer. They do get Fate, but at this stage he's not worth all that much. They do find Evie though, and it is more important with Karkun surviving and claiming that kill. Fate is really in the trenches.
Absolutely. Now, we continue on. DFM, they have themselves just about a 6k gold advantage, but it is the Dragon Soul on the side of SHG. Both the Baron and the Elder Dragon will be spawning at about the same time. Quite often we see the objectives just traded and not a lot gained. You can't dive the Elder Soul, but you can't push the Baron.
Yeah. For sure. Problem being is, I mean, with that Infernal Soul, Marble is going to be... Oh, okay.
Oh, hold up, Harp getting jumped. Oh my God! What a combo! Might not even have to think about the two objectives as DFM just pull the trigger and SHG explode.
Yeah. I mean, playing into a comp that is just looking for your backline at any opportunity is a bold call, especially with the turnaround threat that DFM possess.
No Baron, so SHG trying to defend. Equalizer comes down, forcing them away from the tower, meaning top lane inhibitor exposed and taken out. And DFM quickly getting this one across the line. Of course, just the Nexus tower is standing if there were to be an opportunity for a next fight, but take a look at it.
Yeah, 3-man Shockwave with Mum over top. I mean, yeah, look, you get Harp, cool, that's great and all, but I don't know. Like SHG, I can understand you're a bit of a desperate position. You kind of need to force something, but you also don't want to at the same time, because that command Shockwave Paranoia combo is just a death sentence for anyone caught by it.
Absolutely.
I mean, realistically, you could just sit and play around your towers. Marble is going to be hitting very hard.
1 minute. Baron will be spawning Aldo at the same time. Just 15 or so seconds separating the two objectives.
Absolutely.
Constant wave of super minions coming into that top lane means a constant point of pressure that SHG have to deal with despite the objectives coming up. Right now it is approaching their base again, so they'll be able to answer this wave and the next.
Guardian Angel now done for Citrus, which means that he can dive into the back line and not be as heavily punished. 16 as well for both him and Arya. So fully maxed ultimates. Anytime Fate or Marble step out of line, there's a good chance that a Nightmare Demon comes flying their way.
Sure, and here it comes, pulling the trigger!
Oh my God!
And again they landed onto 3, but Citrus is dead. He's got the Guardian Angel, the revive will be there. Arya in the thick of things, but it's Karkun executing, first of all, Evie, and mounting the attack, DFM. This is just going to be 2 more names as Ray sprints it down at Marble, gets the kill, goes golden, and gets game 1 across the line for DFM.
Yeah. That is a combo and a half.
Well, just so well executed. They'll march down these minions, put the finishing touches here on game 1, and DFM now take the lead in the series. 1 more to repeat the success they had against SHG a week ago and look to book themselves their first berth into the playoffs.
And deny CHG from going back to back to back. My God, what a performance from Karkun. 7-0-7 on the smolder. Arya and Citrus, we did talk about how they're going to be so integral to the success of this series for DFM, and boy were they.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, while Karkun played a great game, everyone did ultimately on the side of DFM. It was Arya and pairing with Citrus, who continuously found every opportunity for them to kick off those fights. I mean, really good work by Arya. Got some of those missed Orianna ults out of the back pocket there early on into the game for when those moments really did matter. Landed each and every one of them. 3 members almost minimum for those Orianna ults as we came into the later stage of the game, and they are able to, off the top of it, capitalize and again take game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's Almost a mirror matchup for Evie in that top lane from last night. Was literally so strong on the Cassandre that Bio could literally do nothing. This time around, could literally do nothing in the face of this DFM roster because his damage-dealing carries were already dead by the time he got involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's similar to yesterday when SHG went up against Chiefs, where it's really difficult to deal with the Smolder if you have no tools to get onto him. The only tool they have to get onto him is a flash from Annie.
Yep.
If Annie's using her flash, she's just getting absolutely annihilated, as we'll see time and time again, and this was what kicked us off.
The long arm shockwave onto Fate. That had to have, it had to be a buffering thing. There's just no way to explain just how far Fate was pulled back. And you see Evie, a little too late to the party here. Luckily, they do get themselves the kill onto Heart, but that's about all that they get. Ray, it was kind of a quiet game for him in that we just didn't get to talk about him because he was just there doing his job. He racked up so many kills throughout the main run of it.
Yeah, he did fantastically on the run.
He did.
Doing so much damage throughout the game and impactful timings as well. As this fight got a little bit dicey, but ultimately it is another one that DFM able to pick up 2 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, Gang, to his credit, him and Johan did a lot to try and salvage so many of the moments in this game. But it was so hard in the face of this combo. And this was the one time where things just went awry, and it was purely off the fact that Arya gets jumped as Citrus flies off his screen. They still get the kill onto Fate. They then collapse down. They lose Heart, but I mean, look, they get themselves a pretty solid fight there.
Yeah, ultimately they lose their support. The other team loses mid. It's always a trade you'd favor.
Now this was very impressive.
Yeah.
Johan gets jumped on, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him. Depth charge, command shockwave paranoia. He still survives throughout the entire run of this fight. Just watch, he's still going. It doesn't tick below 0, and that is the key. He then chases down Arya before he finally dies.
Absolutely.
Oh. They missed, but they put the fear of God in marble.
Yeah, I mean, this was about the last miss they'll have. As Ray Farki, unfortunately, found by Evie on the bottom side and will just get taken out pretty swiftly.
Oh, this, again, Citrus is just looking so clean. When he's in his element, he just ducking, diving, dodging around. They get themselves a massive team fight off another massive shockwave. Boom, in comes Mum. The damage is just there for Karkun, who has been ramping up to all, look, just consistently. When your most notable miss is the fact that Arya gets jumped on in the top lane before he can actually, say, well, I'm in danger. Oh, and Karkun was just an absolute beast.
Absolutely. Oh, this was the first 3-man. Whoop. Oh, look at the damage.
Yeah.
The Smolder not even able to get. I like how every
another 3-man
play it comes off the back of my screen going slightly darker.
Yeah.
And 3 people getting hit up in a ball.
Yeah, I mean, Arya really looking to make an argument that Orianna is not just a control mage. She is well and truly a big boy AP carry.
Absolutely. You got something for us?
Oh, no, I don't actually, but the LCP English does. If you subscribe on Twitch, you get to reap the rewards, you get uninterrupted viewership, plus on top of it all, you get to rock the emote from now until the 28th. You are running out of time. There are 4 more days for you to get that Pengu Garen emote, the Bring It emote. You can play it and run it in every single game mode, and then from the 29th onwards, we start rocking and rolling those LCP specific regional icons, because that's the only one we care about. The other regions, well, whatever. You want that LCP dancing Rammus. Oh boy, it is just such a privilege to see the LCP, experience the LCP, and there is only one thing better than experiencing the LCP from home. That is experiencing the LCP in Da Nang at the BCS home finals. The LCP's going on tour. We're heading to Da Nang the 20th and 21st of September.
Absolutely, it's going to be so exciting. One of these teams even may be able to make it there, but before we get there, one of them has to make it to playoffs to begin with. So DFM take the lead in the series 1-0. We're going to a break. We'll see if they can get it done or if SHG have something to say about it.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure.
Well, I think you got it, so.
Well, I think you just beat it, no? Oh! Jesus! What happened?
Who win?
No, still going, still going. Jesus! Hey, you win.
Anh mới chung Q down.
Execute!
Oh!
Yes! Yes! Let's go!
Kệ nó chiêu kìa, nó nghe nhạc kìa anh em. Nó tưởng nó giết rồi, nó nghe nhạc.
Thua rồi. Mẹ tôi tưởng tôi giết được nhờ.
Hàng kia bên kia là
Không chết rồi.
bên kia không tưởng là John Cena mọi người ơi.
Đúng ý cho anh em. Hoàn thành xuất sắc nhiệm vụ nhờ.
能换圈吗？
不行，
他走踢了，
不行，
我能走下去吗？
不行。
好，那我踢上喽。
好。
帮一下。
不会射。
哇！还有一个。
哎，别他，
还有一个。
哇，谁呀？
我猜的。
Taki đã có nhịp cản quá tốt. Baron giành về phía đội team Secret Well. Lính cát đẩy lên xỉa khá đau. Đến với con đường cây kia nha, tới hết tung được hai người, đó là hai người trên carry bên phía đội Secret Well. Artemis được bắn, không thể ngăn cản Artemis. Double kill cho xạ thủ bên phía đội của GAM. Và khi vị trí Hito bị bỏ lại, thân một mình ở trong hang rồng được bị làm choáng trúng với Kati đang bị dồn sát thương, có một tên lửa câu giờ lại được chân đóng trúng ba người bên phía đội của chúng ta, mất đi vì chưa Kati đập thẳng vào xạ thủ đối phương. Doko nhảy phía vào tường, cài huynh nhiều máu. Doko cũng thế, quá nhiều đam đến từ vị trí Senna cũng như Rambo vẫn được bắn đến Shogun. Đối phương có thể trả đam đổi được thêm một nhưng đã có triple kill ở Senna của anh chàng Shogun và Guri sẽ dứt điểm nốt với một cú đấm.
拿下了巴龙也没什么问题。
是波，哎，挂
回去，挂上手里剑，把秀哥秒了，后 Q 顶着双 C 1打2。
dừng bên phía đội GAM là Levi bây giờ mới tới, thấy con rồng tụt xuống đâu đó khoảng 5.400 máu, 4.000 máu. Levi đang muốn vào, đối phương trong khống chế và đó là rồng cho bên phía đội của GAM. Bắt đầu xả ra tường, đang bắn lên đi nhưng ta bị dí bởi Imo. Eddie có được mạng ở trên đường chết đối phương, muốn cắt vào, ngăn kịp thành công. Artemis đang được bắn nhưng đối phương quá đông. Artemis cảm giác là khó làm được, không đấy ta làm được. Sát thương cực kỳ nhiều, double kill dành cho bên phía đội của GAM và GAM sẽ có chiến thắng hay không?
抜いて抑えることができる。テレポートした。さあ、シューターさん見るか。さあ、引っ張ったのはただ相当ダメージが出ている。それでもエンゲージ2枚に対して目の前したらその瞬間倒されてしまった。横からエビがやってきてシトラスを狙い撃つ。ダメージを出そうとしましたが、その死の国の中でシャッタランゴールドエビが回収。さあ、出てきた後はどうだ。フラッシュアウトでアリアから逃れることができたが、横からレイファーキーがやってくる。フラッシュインハーブ捕まえた。ロケットグラムからハベンスローのノックアップ。マーブル身動きができない。グラビティフィールドの上、カックン咎められていましたが。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 about to get underway. SHG choosing the blue side. DFM dismantling them on the blue side last game there in our first game of the night.
Yeah, look, I don't know if I'd necessarily put it down to side selection being the issue, and the fact that there was a screaming terror demon and a clockwork automaton, you know, just full sending at them between the command shockwave and the paranoia. It was very, very hard to be either Marble or Fate in that game.
Yeah, even, I mean, Marble, right? He has the safety of the Valkyrie and was caught in it most of the time.
Yeah.
DFM really utilizing that combo to its fullest. So we'll see. Obviously, it's gone now. What can they pull out to try and replicate the success? And what can SHG pull out to try and disallow them from finding such success?
Yeah, I mean, look, in terms of what's still available, Nocturne, not the biggest of losses for the side of SHG. I mean, the Nautilus, I think, to me, and the Rumble being the two that would be a little bit lacking now that SHG don't have those available in the draft, but they've still got plenty of stock gaps to make up that. And there are still some very, very strong picks that could come through.
Absolutely. Right, that's a nice little keyboard Karkun's got.
There has been some really sick peripherals on stage this split. No, and all year, realistically.
Maybe we'll get to see Marble. He's got that red mouse that he likes to show off. Don't know what type it is. He actually did an interview and someone asked him about it, so it's out there. The information is out there, but I don't read Japanese, unfortunately.
No, there's I can't remember his name for the life of me, but he does peripheral painting.
Right.
And there are some sick designs that he's put out on social media over the last couple of years. I want to do it, but it's like $500.
Yeah. Artists are so talented, man. I very much not an artist myself. It's really incredible to see what people are able to do. Into the draft, however, Nico, Varus, Yunara, and Bessa taken away. Obviously, there are still big picks. I mean, again, between these two teams, the Azir always stands out as something that is highly preferred by both of our mid laners.
Yeah. Poppy banned away. I think crazily enough, these two teams, I think the most willing, especially in the support role, to go to the Poppy. It has definitely had its fair share in the jungle. Noticeably, SHG not banning out Zed or Talon against DFM this series. Wukong going to catch that final ban against Johan, but Pantheon and Vi both being available means that there are options. Talia having been let through the draft as well. It could be the Great Wall of Sparta coming out for SHG, especially if they snag away the Azir here for DFM.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, definitely an opportunity. I mean, otherwise you might see the Pantheon and immediately want to respond with the Talia yourself. Arya very capable on the champion. Still very important champs up. Like the Queen's one.
Okay.
They take away the second half of that Great Wall of Sparta. Now, second pick of the draft for DFM. Lots to look towards, really. You're not that pincered.
Absolutely not. I mean, yeah, you could just go the Vi angle here for Citrus if you wanted to.
Yeah, there's Trundle, there's Jarvan, there's different options. I think I would see the Jarvan. So, yep, goes the Trundle.
Especially if it is going to be the Azir, which is available, can definitely be punished by that pillar. It's somewhat fraudulent mobility that Azir does possess.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. It's never. I actually don't think the Azir struggles with the Trundle at all. Generally able to get away from it. Gwen, however, going to be the lock-in here for Evie, and not the greatest of responses available, so it might even just see something like the Ambassador, but Rise picked up for Fate as well to go against this Talia.
Well, you would see the Ambassador if DFM hadn't banned it.
Oh, yeah, true.
I mean...
Then what do you look towards? What have we seen? We've seen Yorick in times gone by.
Did we see Jax into the Gwen?
Yeah, Jax
that was all right.
Is typical into the Gwen.
There you go.
There you go. Ray Farkey going to take that one.
Been a little absent this split, the Jax. I think Bio probably had the most reps on it, and it's still a single. I think this might just be our second Jax, honestly.
I think Bio played it twice. I'm not sure if anyone else has, but yeah. In any case, we haven't seen a whole lot of the Jax, but it is a good answer into the Gwen generally. Now, Gwen can play around the Jax, right? It's not so hard that you just don't auto-attack the Jax when he presses the
Counter-Strike.
That's it. You can also jump away from him. There's a lot of counterplay between the two, but in general, early on and heading into the mid-game, it is Jax favored, but later you get, the harder Gwen becomes to kill for any champion.
Yeah. I mean, there is, again, a decent amount of mobility in terms of SHG post-6, being able to get around the Rift. Admittedly, Arya does match that somewhat with the Talia, but only on her own. I think you're probably going to get more value out of the Weaver's Wall and cutting off avenues rather than necessarily going to look for those proactive plays, especially given that Pantheon can then realistically counter-gank pretty effectively.
Absolutely. Alistair, Senna, Bard, and probably another support, I suppose. Not necessarily sure of which. Ultimately, a lot of them have been removed now. The Nautilus and Rakan from last game as well, and it was Sivir taken away from Kakon.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sivir finds itself in a bit of a weird spot where it was just the best of the best coming into the start of the season finals. It was hotly contested by both sides too. Now it's sort of fallen to a second, third string game 2, game 3 AD carry that we see quite often. And it would have been very, very good with DFM's comp on the hunt for Trundle and Jax, just rampaging towards you. Solution picked up.
Yeah, good takeaway as well. Marble quite often going towards that champ. Now, what's the answer? Quite typically, we did see a lot of Corki into it, but we'll be gone because of game 1.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have thought this was necessarily a Kaiser game. Xayah doesn't really stand out as a great game. So Jin, look, okay. I think it's all right. I think not the best game, especially given that this is likely going to be a Brom.
I would hate to be Jin to the Trundle Talia.
And this is all but certainly going to be a Brom.
Yeah.
With Gwen, Pantheon, and Rel.
I do like the Braum pick. Could also go for the Leona.
Yeah.
As the other consideration. But I think when you have the Lucian, the Braum makes a lot of sense in a game where Braum is going to be very strong.
Yeah.
Heart will just lock it in. So, in terms of the team comps, I mean, they both got relatively good team comps, but I think DFM just have more tills to deal with that back line. If they can able to get onto Marble, if they don't fall too far behind in the early game, they should be pretty solid heading into the later stages. But of course, same can be somewhat said for SHG. The Ryze and Gwen will become terrifying champions in their own right the later this game goes.
Yeah, and I think that is the aim of the game. They do want this one to go pretty deep. Marble to start get plenty of those items online so that the damage is there. They can layer it between the Gwen and the Ryze, and Jin can look to overlay the curtain call because, I mean, early to mid, they're definitely not overwhelmed by damage sources.
Absolutely. Well, heading into game, coach is going to fist bump each other, head off stage as SHG's season now on the line here. And DFM, they have one lifeline, but looking to get it across the line early, of course.
They have been looking so good.
They have.
On the tail end.
Really leveling up.
I mean, it's crazy. Going from just perma 7th to now literally in position to clutch up into playoffs and potentially get themselves a shot even at Worlds, depending on how that playoffs run goes.
Absolutely. It would be quite the come up for them. But of course, a lot of work to do to get there. It all starts, well, I guess it all started with last game, but from this point now, it always all starts here.
Yeah.
The crowd erupts once again at the start of every game. Always good. Every single team gets their cheer in.
Okay. Evie not rocking a skin. Also running the Ignite teleport top lane. So looking to be a little bit more aggressive.
Ruthless Pantheon.
Oh, that's one.
Only the 1 gold. Can he get? Really looking for a 10 golder. Oh.
Please, come
Take
on.
me up to the fisherman.
Yeah, cool. Now we've seen all the skins. Back to Jax.
Oh, we'll never know. We will never know. Did he catch a golden fish? Did he not?
Well, he's not in the river anymore, so unfortunately fishing season's over.
Hurry up. Trying to force early priority here. Spamming away at those waves with that Q. Now Fate trades some auto attacks as well as an E with them.
Yeah.
Pressure. Kang able to take control of that bush, but Harp looking to fight back for it. Still wave priority going the way, actually pretty even realistically.
Ray with a counter strike. It'd be a bit of a menace in these early levels. So of course going later and later, Evie does ramp up and become an absolute monster as well.
For sure. Just by how these two champs work, Jack's favored at the very early stage of the game. That's why you see the E start for the Gwen. Try and get away from that counter strike. If you do get stunned up, it's going to be a pretty tragic trade for you. But going the Ignite Evie, so no mobility summoner. Fate getting looked upon early. The pillar can come up and might even look to force away that flash, but so far not using it. Does flash away. And the Swipe shoves there. Chomp. Down will go Fate for first blood.
It's good to see Citrus is still playing Assassins in the jungle. My lord, jump scared by a Trundle bite for the first blood. And that's crazy success off a very early gank.
Yeah, realistically, just being a little bit greedy with the flash there. Holds it for too long. Pillar comes down. Flick lands because of the pillar. Really thinking Phase Rush was going to save him here, Fate, but not having it.
Yeah, nowhere to go between a rock and well, a dirty rock in a hard place. Oh, the grass procs as well.
Classic. So they've eaten out, stabilized in this lane.
Actually getting somewhat of a lead.
It is really just level 1 that is the hardest.
Yeah.
Because you can build the Q stacks up on the minion wave. As long as you do that. Pretty hard for Jax to walk at you.
So far. I mean, look, Johan, to his credit, has just been going full lawnmower jungler, clearing out everything that he possibly can.
Gang, face checking the bush, gonna get stunned up. This might be another kill going over to DFM. Gang, flashing away. There is flash for Karkun, not gonna pull the trigger. Just takes the summoners and is happy with it.
Absolutely. He has teleported back to lane. Ray yet to do so. It's just gonna wait for this wave to come in. I think he just looks for the recall now and teleports back in. So tempo-wise top lane. If he's gonna be able to just get, okay, Ray's still sticking around. Seems like it might be a bit of a mistake in the top lane for Ray.
Absolutely. No jungler there though, so he shouldn't realistically be dove. Can just look for a recall soon.
I don't know what Gang's doing. He's just playing with Heart right now.
Yeah, Harp stopping him from looking for that recall, so is going to delay that timing. Tempo a little bit misaligned, although Marble did hold his, so they will be coming back to lane at relatively the same time, as Ray still not going for a back and trading reasonably well, considering Evie already has teleported to lane. He's going to have a pretty significant advantage coming back.
Evie does have the Ignite.
Yeah, but no flash, so there's no real way for him to get there.
No, but it's more that little scrap there. If Ray had just taken a little bit more damage than the Ignite had been dropped, he could have been in a real problematic situation. Luckily not to be.
So just going to start up on this Chemtech.
Hold up. Evie's gotten back to base before Ray. I'm very confused as to what's going on in this top lane for Evie. He wanted the full phage, but... Oh boy.
Damage coming down. Fate, no flash again. One more auto attack. He's stunned up. It's Johan trying to save his life, but Harp smacks him around with a big shield, and all the while they're getting the dragon as well, and DFM are launching ahead in this one.
Yeah, just leaps and bounds. The improvements have come through for DFM as they're looking better and better as this season finals has gone on.
Oh my lord. The flash slow with the boulder is what set that up.
Yeah.
Well played by DFM. Again, Arya being a catalyst here. A little bit in game 2. Good trade.
Oh, very good trade.
Harp finds Gang and Johan. Citrus is in the area, finds the stun. Gang doesn't have flash. That's the pillar going down. This is another kill going to be picked up here. Realm Warp coming in though. So is the Weaver's Wall.
Oh boy.
44 on our hands. The seismic shove lands onto 2. Karkun able to find those 2 auto attacks and face down for a third time.
Oh my lord.
Johan's going to get taken out, and Karkun dipping and diving around everything. DFM are steamrolling game 2.
It's an absolute routing. SHG looking at the potential end of their year at the hands of DFM.
And what a level up coming through from DFM. It all just starts with supports hitting each other in the head. The stun comes through. Citrus finishes up on his Gromp while Johan doing the crab, and it just goes so south. Karkun with a great trade onto Marble, but it's Arya coming in, 2-man seismic shove. Fate in the middle of everyone gets taken out. That's the 3rd kill of the game, the 3rd onto Fate even, as he has every single death they had going into that feat of strength, and they get one more at the back too, and you see Paz and the rest of the team there so happy with how this game's going.
You can't get even a little surprised there at how well things went in that fight, but I mean, yeah, look, it was just a brilliant read from Arya. You see the Realm Warp coming in, and immediately after it appears on your screen, so does that Weaver's Wall. So he's very much there to match the play, and with the numbers advantage and the damage that had already been dealt to SHG's bot lane, DFM reap the rewards.
Certainly do. Void Grubs now going to be the next target here for DFM. They've already got that dragon, looking for another objective and almost certifying if they pick it up that they will be able to secure themselves the eventual feats of strength. But they take the one, they head on back, look for that top lane prio, look for the mid lane prio, and then they might even think about doing the next. Recall actually coming through from Karkon. They're not interested in these grubs. A very interesting decision.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit too much respect being paid here, in all honesty.
Oh, maybe
I think because of the Grand Skyfall, the last thing you want is to start those up, and then all of a sudden, Evie comes in, Fate comes in, Johan comes in.
Oh. Talking of, they're going to find their way onto Harp, and a really great engage from Gang as he lands onto 3 with that crash down, but Citrus, he is standing tall. He's standing really damn tall as he takes 1.
Oh my.
He'll take 2. And despite the amazing engage found from Gang, it results in a 2-for-1 going the way of DFM.
This is a...
Hold up, there's more. Marble has flash, so he should be fine. Gang with the crash down, should clear the distance. Be able to do so. But DFM, my lord.
This is a 4-0-2 Trundle jungle at 9 minutes 30. I mean, you talk about gap, my goodness. I mean, it looks brilliant, but Harp does so much tonight. They focus all their efforts onto Arya. But at this stage, okay. Arya just got ran down by Evie and then died.
Time.
Okay. That would do it. That would indeed do it.
Yeah, pretty clear cut from Evie. A good shove from Arya, but results in very little. At least they do get the kill on the back end, going over to Karkun. So 1-for-1 ultimate.
Not entirely sure what Karkun was doing down there with Arya teleporting in, but hey, look, who are we to complain? Another kill going over. The Triforce pre-10 minutes there for Citrus as well. So he is...
Yeah, he is exceedingly strong.
Yeah.
2-8, the kill score, 2k gold advantage. They have the dragon, choosing not to take the grubs, but ultimately, I actually don't know why they've continued to choose not to take the grubs. You see blue pings coming down onto it now. SHG should be able to pick those 2 up for themselves as DFM head towards the dragon, which is going to be the bigger of the 2 win conditions. Heavy, nice trade, but unfortunately with that tower shot coming onto him is could result in an even one. Right now, he's got a 1v3 to try and navigate. Doesn't have the counter strike, and the redemption not going to be there in time.
Well, Dragon live and already being started up. So they get Ray. Ray is in a very bizarre spot right now. He's been sitting on the phage for the longest time. He's slipping further and further behind in terms of CS. I don't know, his macro has felt a bit odd this game.
I think in part due to the team. He's been playing very much for the squad, giving Karkun every opportunity he needs, and unfortunately he's been paying the price. But regardless, this is going to be the Void Grubs picked up by SHG. They're looking towards the top tower as well. Ray has to be careful. Top tower should be picked up here by the side of SHG. It's a good amount of gold. Citrus alongside Karkun and Harp trying to race them here in the bot side. You see Karkun using every ability he can, but it is going to be won by SHG. So feats of strength still yet to be claimed. It will come down to the Monster Slayer, but with 2 versus 1, it is favouring DFM currently.
Indeed.
Ray's having a real rough time here, just trying to pray to get anything. Will eventually be allowed a minion wave.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're as strong as you are, like Citrus is, Ray kind of is going to suffer a little bit. Does potentially give him a bit of room to scale up later on, but for now, I don't think they're lacking in damage by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, you say how strong Citrus is, but Karkun's still the strongest on the team.
He's hitting incredibly hard at the moment as well.
Looking towards the Navori next. Has already the Essence Reaver in the inventory. There's 2 dragons to 0 here in game 2. DFM, they are edging ever closer to having their first entry into the LCP playoffs.
Well, unfortunately they may have SHG has made this job a little bit harder than I think they potentially needed to with the Jhin pick.
Citrus going in aggressively is going to be okay for now. Culling hitting the minion for the most part, as GAM's going to have to use that crash down and will get himself out.
Has that redemption as well. So just the amount of sustainability in these team fights is going to be very much more there for DFM than it is for SHG. Gang teleporting back to the mid lane. Does not have the same luxuries. Only has the upgraded, or the finished boots rather.
Realistically, for DFM, not really needing to do all that much. Can just wait out until the next spawn of the dragon in 2.5 minutes and look to make that the win condition with the Ocean Soul. It will make things very, very difficult for SHG. I think wisely not looking for too much here in the mid wave. Saw Ray leaning down to see if there was an opportunity, but was none to find.
Oh dear, that's a bleak stat. Do you want to know what Jin's record is this year in the LCP?
What is that?
9-23.
Yeah, that's a great champ. We should continue to pick it.
Yep, 28% win rate. Which, funnily enough, Rel has a 33% win rate, so not much better.
Rel?
Damn.
Damn.
17-35.
I think globally as well, Jhin has had just an awful, awful win rate. And that's despite Gumayushi, who in the last games, at least last time I saw it, that he played Jhin, has some ridiculous stat where he's gone 4 games with like 50 and 0, 50 KD. And
still a better win rate than On, who is 5-19 currently.
Poor On.
Yeah. A lot of posturing, a lot of ego checking in the mid lane. Not really going to net much of anything, nor was it. Herald up, going to be started by Citrus, and he does chew through these objectives very, very quickly, and especially with his support. SHG, I think, make the right call here. They look to try and get something back off the back of this Herald going down, knowing full well that they realistically weren't going to get all that much out of it themselves, with Citrus being the trundle. So they take the bottom tier 1 for their efforts.
Ray's here to answer the next wave, and Ariat trying to get himself this objective up in the top side as well.
Fate has the TP, as does Evie, but it seems that they're going to let this go down.
Dragon in 45 seconds, they get the tower. They'll be able to drop that Rift Herald on this next mid wave as well to force the mid lane priority, maybe even crack open that mid lane in it.
Yeah, it would be.
They won't quite have the damage to take it down, but if they're able to access the tower and auto attack it themselves, it's going to be very close. Rohan going to have to immediately block out a lot of that damage from the culling as the Rift Herald charges.
This may have been a mistake.
Get the charge. Quite able to take it. In prison onto Heart, but no one to follow up on that damage.
Yeah, it was a bit dicey there for DFM. Luckily it was them that had drafted the trundle, otherwise that Herald is near wasted as it was. Could have been, but yeah, Noxian Blessings as well, claimed off the back of the Herald. So DFM will have that upgrade going in later. Triforce finally done for Ray. He is 30 CS down.
Absolutely. DFM looking to take their 3rd dragon, should be uncontested. Heavy in the area though, and Fate does have teleport if he wants to come down and join, as well as the Pantheon ult, so they can look to try and find an avenue in to look to contest it, but for the time being they're not able to. Weaver's Wall put out to make sure they don't have access to the pit, so dragon number 3 picked up. Ocean Soul, just one away, Hex Soul rather, just one away. Marble being found. Nice flash away from that Glacial Fissure. Evie putting out the Shroud as well to dodge out of a bunch of damage from Citrus.
Hextech, if I remember correctly, our least played Soul this split. Yeah, so only 31 Hextech Dragons in the season finals. That would be Hextech Dragon number 32.
Some stats being bolstered. Citrus once again just constantly putting down this pillar. This time he's going to get engaged on those. The follow-up there. Trucks down the Subjugate. It is running the opposite direction. Even though he's exhausted, he's very fast. Going to get a heal as well as Ray Farkey comes into the thick of things, finds his way onto Evie. Evie's taking a lot of damage, but he puts down the Shroud, so it's going to dodge out a lot of the culling. Very low here on the Gwen, gets taken out. Arya claims the kill. Gang's going to go down as well. That's a 2 for 0 currently, as DFM once again putting their stamp here on game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Ray coming in looked like he was potentially dead to rights there, but absolutely makes magic happen. Arya claiming Evie, who was such a powerhouse portion of this SHG roster at the moment. They look to find the tier 2.
A lot of damage coming down. Citrus flashes away. It's a big shutdown. They need to dodge that. Karkun able to dodge away, but Fate will get the shutdown.
Oh my
800
lord.
gold over to this Rise. That's the exact member that DFM would hate for it to be on. Flash there for Aria. Does get himself away. But in will come that Grand Skyfall, and down will go Aria. DFM overstepped the mark, and SHG find a whole bunch of gold.
Absolutely. From a lead in favour of Aria, now back in the way of Fate. Even Marble gets himself a bit of the action there. Very much an overstep from DFM. And a great little flank there from Johan.
Able to capitalise very, very well. I mean, it starts off fantastically for DFM. They come in, looks a little bit dicey, as you said, with the teleport coming in for Ray Farkey, as already Citrus has used that subjugate. He's very low, does get the heal up from the Redemption, but immediately putting down that counter-strike, jumping back onto Evie, and Evie gets just completely annihilated realistically. Gang as well, the culling does so much to that health bar of the Rel, and so 5v3, SHG trying to mount a defense, and boy oh boy do they.
Johan was going to go to his Krugs to try and heal up, but I mean, all the while, Aria and Harp, look how much damage they take from the tower.
Yep.
It's just egregious overstep here. Luckily, Karkun does not go down, but 800 gold shut down to Fate. Aria gets taken out by Johan off the back of the Grand Skyfall.
Yeah, great work by Johan. Nowhere left to run for Aria on that Talia. So still it is DFM ahead. They also are still that one dragon away from having the soul, but SHG now have the room to try and fight back and try and look to capitalize, try and take us to a game 3.
Ooh. Yeah. Lord Dominic's online means that those deadly flourishes are going to be chipping a little bit harder.
I mean, again, like this game, there's not even any mega tank.
Yeah.
We're Jin, and we're having a second item armor pen. It just screams to me that we probably should have picked something else. In any case, Artican being started up here by SHG. The response can be here as DFM are well aware of it going on. Control in terms of that vision is favouring, for the time being, SHG. As Gang goes in, he has to flash away though. Artican down to half HP. Weaver's Wall coming in. Ray jumping onto Evie. Evie's going to be locked down. He's in the Shroud, but everyone else is as well. Down he goes. Now Citrus trying to find a way into the back line. Fate so low. Fate going to get taken out as Johan going to have to desperately sprint away. Nowhere to go though, and will also fall. That's a lot of kills once again going the way of DFM as Aria searching for this Jin. Will not land with that seismic shove, but will cancel out the curtain call and ensure that this Artican is picked up for free for DFM.
Yeah, I mean, again, felt like a bit of a desperation play out of SHG to try and force the issue onto the Artican. And how many times have we said it? If a game can be thrown, it will likely be thrown at the Artican. Hey, look, you just look at it. They peel off over towards Ray, and this just gives Aria the prime opportunity to split that team fight in its entirety. Evie is dead to right. They then get the passive from Harp onto Fate, and they easily enough proc that. Johan thought about turning in to try and save his mid laner, but it's too late. He tries to save his bot lane as well. Does so. But yeah, I mean, they had an avenue back in. Unfortunately, that door may have shut now.
Absolutely. Great start. Great look here in this game.
Ray in a flank angle too.
Everyone posturing, Gang Flash is trying to find a way in. Evie's found his way in as Ari's getting taken very low. In comes the Grand Skyfall, but Ray Farkey stops it in his track. Karkud gets the kill. Fate trying to sprint away, but the culling will in fact cull. Harp able to land another bit of CC, this time onto Gang as Marble and Evie desperately sprinting away, and DFM marching towards their first playoff berth.
Not sure. I think they've lost too much HP. They will just have to back off, and it would be Sol taken here as well. Karkun's already on the job. He's 3 items deep, 6, 0, and 5. There is a 4.4k gold lead in the bot lane. 2.1k of that is held by Harp.
Yeah, that's a crazy stat. Of course, it doesn't matter all that much that the support has a gap, but...
where is Gang's redemption? It does.
Well, he's not building redemption, so he's not going to ever have one, but...
Oh, he doesn't have a finished item other than his boots.
Aria looks like he might be caught out as Evie finds a really nice needle work and Marble follows it up, but unfortunately, Ray, look at this, just perfect.
Yeah.
Well, he might be behind, might be a little bit weaker than Evie is directly in that 1v1. He's certainly finding his worth as Gang looking for that vision control around the Baron pit will be caught out and taken out. Now, unfortunately, this time there is nothing to claim off the back of it.
More money in the pockets of supports.
It says Hextech Dragon is live, but as I can see,
it is
DFM
dead.
have the buff, so it is not there. DFM, firm control, Hextech buff, SHG, I mean, they're getting desperate, but a good look. They know everyone else is elsewhere, so they're looking towards this bot lane in a tower. It's a lot of gold for a Gwen. Might be the only champion really left to try and defend this one, as Marble on the Jhin really not going to find that much use.
Yeah. I mean, I think honestly, DFM in this position probably could end this game reasonably soon with Evie and Fate here. But they're going to play it safe, wait for that Baron to come up. It's a minute away. So unfortunately, we will not have a new game speed record set. Be hard pressed though. I think we'd pass that at the 24-minute mark, courtesy of Team Secret Wales.
Absolutely. Now Ray pushing up aggressively. Harper's there. There's 3-4 members even from the side of SHG looking aggressively here, and Harp puts down a ward.
Oh, and the TP
Teleports
out.
out. He would have even caught, I think, a glimpse of Gang in that bush, so knows exactly where that Rel was. DFM playing pretty cleanly.
It's bizarre that DFM are literally just killing time until Baron spawns.
A lot of pressure on the map. 20 seconds until that Baron, and now really strangling SHG out of any dream. Is Needlework going to be used by Evie? Inexplicably.
Oh, you missed everything. Bar one onto Citrus.
That pretty much means SHG can't fight now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with the Gwen, who is the strongest champion in your team at the current state of things. Actually, maybe Fate, but regardless, you don't have Needlework. You don't have one of Gwen's strongest tools for this upcoming potential Baron fight. There's a bleak look in. Now, Gang does have Flash. If he's able to find a pathway in, a big knock-up, whatever, maybe there's enough damage. Gang, he finds a 5-man, but the damage just isn't there. Karkun flashes out, culling so much damage. Fate gonna get stunned up, Fate gonna get taken down, and Baron be damned, it is gonna be DFM taking game number 2. And elation as they finally get rewarded with so many trying attempts. They get the first series, put themselves in the higher seed. As the duel there, Paz a sigh of relief, DFM march forward, and they will finally reach the LCP playoffs here in Split 3.
It took them the longest of times, 2 full splits coming to the season finals. We weren't sure. Their first matchup of the split goes the way of SHG. And then DFM hit the afterburners, a 2-0. Absolutely sweeping their LJL counterparts.
Absolutely, and you can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs, they get to fight, they get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there, as the fist bumps will come through. And unfortunately for the other side of the rift here in SHG, their 2025 is all over.
And I mean, we knew that they were clear from promo relegations with the Chiefs being knocked out, but just stamping their mark on the tail end, making sure that at least it is a memorable run for DFM. They will make playoffs. And that is, I mean, that is something that they've been fighting for all year.
Absolutely. It's been year after year where SHG just constantly had DFM beat out. Over in the LJL, now here in the LCP, and finally at long last, it's DFM who are able to best the competition. And that man on your screen there, Citrus, he will be the player of the match. There is
no two ways about it.
No doubt about it. And boy, oh boy, what an addition he was. Guwon in the last 2 splits looked perfectly serviceable, but Citrus igniting a spark underneath this DFM lineup.
And prompting some of the some real emotion from DFM as a whole. I mean, you look at it, Karkun as well, Aria feeling a lot more life, there's a lot more life in the team, which is crazy. And yeah, like even the fans getting ganked here. Karkun play. I mean, you talk about stories in the LCP. Kiaya, yes, easily the greatest story. But Karkun coming in on a role that was not his, forced to play bot lane, and then looking as good as he does now, I mean, that is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, for sure. And now a fighting chance as well. Obviously, they will be up there in the playoffs alongside CFO, Team Secret Wales, GAM, Vikings, and PSG. DFM get to add their name to that lineup. They get to fight for it, and with the recent 2 weeks they have had, you got to say there realistically is a fighting chance.
For sure. For sure. I mean, Citrus bucking that argument, you know. Can he do anything when the Talon and Zed are banned? Clearly he has got left in the tank.
4-0 in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's not bring the Kiana back. I'll say that with confidence. But yeah, look, it was just an absolute masterclass on the Trundle. I mean, even here, you look at how much damage he takes. Subjugate comes out. He then looks to turn around. He is just chasing down everyone. He starts with the first blood, and he is well rewarded from his efforts then on absolute stunner of a performance.
Absolutely, and what a picture. Absolute stunner of a picture too there. He's looking dangerous.
He's gone from all smiles to, well,
it's business mode.
I wouldn't want to mess with him.
Yeah, look, when he's off the rift, he's all smiles. Anything to do with the rift, including
as soon as he sits down,
photo,
it's all business.
It's all business, and you saw that in the Nocturne. You saw that in the Trundle. I mean, even in the first game, right, a lot of the Orianna ults going wide, and still he's able to find play. Citrus, look at him. He's just so happy.
They look
I think
completely
being shown
different.
that he's the player of the match, and all he has is just a laugh.
Yeah, he really is just absolute quality, absolute class for this DFM roster. And it's something that they have needed all year. Again, not to discredit Go On, but he just unfortunately does not offer the same level that Citrus does for this team.
Yeah, kicks it off here, gets himself the kill, flashes in, chomp. A timeless classic.
Yeah.
And even here, I mean, Johan level 6 first, but fortunately for the side of DFM, that is not a combat ultimate. And so all it really offers them is the stats from the level up, but still, already at this stage of the game, Citrus is ahead, and now he's just even more ahead. This was Fate's 3rd death.
Yeah.
For all 3 of the stacks towards the feet of Warfare were onto Fate. Unfortunately, even more here as another 3 kills picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so impressive seeing what this DFM roster, because for the first 2 splits of the year, the conversation has been, what can Aria do to carry this team to victory? Now it's, well, what can Citrus and Aria do to, you know, make that even better? And Karkut as well, entering that argument. Ray stepping the play up, Harp as well. And I mean, yeah, Evie, definitely you could feel the desperation mounting for SHG as this series progressed further and further, even here, right in the thick of everything. Evie looks like he's coming in. He is the powerhouse for this SHG roster. Unfortunately for him, it just doesn't matter. He can't get any meaningful damage out because Ray jumps on his head straight away. He gets the stun. Even dashing away, he gets hit by the seismic shove. And Ray, it was a game where he was under the pump, but he comes back into it magnificently.
Yeah, SHG even here. What a great fight from them.
Yeah.
Punishing in the 3v5 to find a bunch of gold back and a bit of a lifeline, but unfortunately just not quite enough as DFM were able to get it across the line. But we talked at length now really about the addition of Citrus and how good that's been for DFM, but I mean, realistically, if you think about things, even after Citrus came in, they were still losing at SHG. It was the addition of Momo was the point in which things turned around. Now, I don't know how much that it could be like he's involved in scrims, helping give ideas. You know, there could be very high impact given from Momo that we realistically won't know and only the team will. But that was the turning point, adding that guy into that sub spot, and from there on, they have been winning. How much of that was him? How much of it's coincidence? How much is it the team finally meshing with the addition of Citrus? Again, we'll never know, but I'm sure very happy are the DFM lineup that it has finally all clicked.
Yeah, and for Paz as well. I mean, this is so funny. Aria and Johan just slapping as much as they can. The shield goes up. Aria flashes behind to try and get behind it. Johan flashes again to keep it up, but it doesn't matter. Aria is hitting that hard.
Absolutely. But that, ladies and gentlemen, was the first series of the night. Once we come back, oh, I believe we're going to have a graphic on our screen first, actually. Here it is. It's coming. It's loading. GAM going up against Team Secret Wales. Now, GAM has ultimately, consistently throughout the year, had Team Secret Wales' number. They have regular season aside. Now we are essentially in the playoffs. In many ways, it is playoffs because you're fighting for your seeding.
Technically not quite.
No, it's a bracket. It counts. It counts because it's been the brackets where Team Secret Wales fall apart, and here again, that's happened. Can they beat GAM? Can they get that second seed? Because that really is so important as to how far you can make it in this tournament. It gives you one singular series win, books you into at least going to Da Nang. It doesn't guarantee you a spot at Worlds, but you get awfully close.
Absolutely. And yeah, look, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Technically, this is not playoffs. We are just before playoffs, so I'm holding out hope that Team Secret Wales still have that form before they hit playoffs, and I'm hoping they carry it on beyond. But GAM, again, they seem to be. They start slow and they just ramp up every single time as we work towards playoffs.
Absolutely. On your screen there, now Team Secret Wales coming up next, of course, most recently taking the win against Vikings. A 3-game series that, boy oh boy, did it go the distance. I think none of the games any quicker than 36, 37 minutes was the quickest we had there. So a bit of a marathon run now to get themselves into that second seed, but ultimately being that they are already booked into the playoffs, they can be relatively okay. If they do lose here, it's all about the playoffs. They have a week off to regather their strength and fight for going to Worlds, fight to represent themselves over in Da Nang.
Yeah, and I mean, performing in front of a home crowd,
yeah,
that is the dream of any esports competitor. So I think they'll be looking to absolutely put in the work to make sure that they at least contend for that world spot and get to perform in Da Nang. So yeah, look, I mean, still, for my money, this is one of my favorite teams in the competition to watch. They always bring the heat. They always bring the electricity. GAM, very much so in a slightly different approach, but it is now very, very similar in the way that they both play it because Team Secret Wales have been adjusting.
Yeah, absolutely. And if the graphic is to be believed, Hero might be starting again. He did ultimately get the 2 wins they had over the Vikings yesterday, so it would make sense to have him there on the roster. But of course, we're not going to exactly know until we get into those games. Before we get there, a break. Once we get into those games, it's the VCS derby. It's the favorite of everyone's. We'll see you shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Bro, I think you got it, so. Well, I think you just beat it, no? Oh! Ah! 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 Jesus! Ah! What happened?
Whole win?
No, still going, still going. Jesus! Hey, you win.
And you wait till Q cooldown.
And there's a kill!
Oh!
Yes! 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 Let's go!
Kệ nó chiêu kìa, nó nghe nhạc kìa anh em. Nó tưởng nó giết rồi, nó nghe nhạc.
Thua rồi. Mẹ tôi tưởng tôi giết được nhờ. Hàng kia bên kia là không chết rồi. Bên kia cũng tưởng nó là John Cena mọi người ơi. Đúng ý cho anh em.
完成自身nhiệm vụ nhờ。
能换线吗？
不行，
他只有踢了，
不行，
我能走下去吗？
不行。
好，那我踢上喽。
好。
帮一下，帮一下，帮一下。
不会射，不会射。
哇！还有一个，还有一个，还有一个。
哎，别猜，别猜。
还有一个，还有一个。
哇，谁啊？
我猜的。
看一下吃的速度，5000多滴，乌迪看起来很想开团。4000滴进入倒数，狩猎大局开启。这里一晕，直接晕住了2人，然后让 Maple 是打出了高额的输出，但悟空是拿下这个水龙魂。另外一边的话，安妮被秒，但后面又是一个无极风暴把对方的 C 位给转起。Betty 这里还在拉扯，Betty 还在尽力，又是一个 Q 技能咬住。Betty 拿下了船长，这一波的3连杀 PSG 大赢团长。
thân một mình ở trong hang rồng được bị làm choáng trúng với Kati. Kati đang bị dồn sát thương, có một tên lửa câu giờ lại là chân đóng trúng 3 người. Bên phía đây của chúng ta mất đi vì chưa Kati đập thẳng vào sàn của đối phương. Doko nhảy phía vào tường, cài huynh nhiều máu. Doko cũng thế, quá nhiều đam đến từ vị trí Senna cũng như Rambo vẫn được bắn đến số gần. Đối phương có thể trả đam đổi được thêm 1 nhưng đã có triple kill ở Senna của anh chàng Shogun và Guri sẽ dứt điểm nốt với một cú đập thẳng mồm.
绕后，这是不要喷的摇到三角草，可是 TSW 有包围的机会。 来到了正面，但是有个英灵之门做保护，加上的是闪现过程的万死天虹。虽然 Bell Panther 被秒杀，但杀过来的杀手本能配合其他4名队友，还是可以将对方的符也抽掉。此时 Maple 也被 Slater 给往左边架 ，Slater 交闪的线下了龙坑，而在下面生物思虑当中，他居然打不过怀纳跟吉米恩，这边是连阿智 TP 过来都倒地了，现在是想要继续追着怀纳打，追到了下路的外塔底下，2重灵咒抽了回来，让 Betty 再收获了一颗人头。
Rất rồng rất nhanh từ bên phía này của Secret Well. Người đi dừng bên phía này GAM là Levi bây giờ mới tới, thấy con rồng tụt xuống đâu đó khoảng 5.400 máu, 4.000 máu. Levi đang muốn vào, đối phương chồng khống chế vào đó là rồng từ bên phía này của GAM. Bắt đầu xả sát thương, đang bắn lên đi nhưng ta bị dí bởi Imo. Eddie có được mạng ở trên đường trên đối phương, muốn cắt vào, ngăn kịp thành công. Artemis đang được bắn nhưng đối phương quá đông. Artemis cảm giác là khó làm được, không đấy ta làm được. Sát thương cực kỳ nhiều, double kill dành cho bên phía này của GAM và GAM sẽ có chiến thắng hay không?
さあベイファーキーはちょっと遠い位置継続か入っていった
うわとんでもない
ウェブ公開処刑オールイン成功 SHG 英雄降臨降ってきたところにアリアはなんとか無敵で対応しましたが一瞬の仕掛け SHG 鋭かった。
Taki đã có nhịp cản quá tốt. Baron giành về phía đây team Secret Well. Lính cát đẩy lên xỉa khá đau. Đến vì con đường cây kia nha, tối hết tung được 2 người, đó là 2 người trên carry bên phía đây Secret Well. Artemis được bắn, không thể ngăn cản Artemis. Double kill cho xạ thủ bên phía đây của GAM. Và khi vị trí Hito bị bỏ lại. Thân một mình ở trong hang rồng được bị làm choáng trúng với Kati. Kati đang bị dồn sát thương, có một tên lửa câu giờ lại là chân đóng trúng 3 người. Bên phía đây của chúng ta mất đi vì chưa Kati đập thẳng vào sàn của đối phương. Doko nhảy phía vào tường, cài huynh nhiều máu. Doko cũng thế, quá nhiều đam đến từ vị trí Senna cũng như Rambo vẫn được bắn đến số gần. Đối phương có thể trả đam đổi được thêm 1 nhưng đã có triple kill ở Senna của anh chàng Shogun và Guri sẽ dứt điểm nốt với một cú đập.
拿下了巴龙也没什么问题。
这波
顶回去，挂上手里剑，把秀哥秒了。后 Q 顶着双 C 1打2。
Đi dừng bên phía này GAM là Levi bây giờ mới tới, thấy con rồng tụt xuống đâu đó khoảng 5.400 máu, 4.000 máu. Levi đang muốn vào, đối phương chồng khống chế vào đó là rồng từ bên phía này của GAM. Bắt đầu xả sát thương, đang bắn lên đi nhưng ta bị dí bởi Imo. Eddie có được mạng ở trên đường trên đối phương, muốn cắt vào, ngăn kịp thành công. Artemis đang được bắn nhưng đối phương quá đông. Artemis cảm giác là khó làm được, không đấy ta làm được. Sát thương cực kỳ nhiều, double kill dành cho bên phía này của GAM và GAM sẽ có chiến thắng hay không?
ハープの位置を抑えることができる。テレポートした。さあシューターさん見るか。さあ引っ張ったのはただ相当ダメージが出ている。それでもエンゲージ2マンに対して目の前したらその瞬間倒されてしまった。横からエビがやってきてシトラスを狙い撃つダメージを出そうとしましたがその死の国の中でシャッターランゴールドエビが回収。さあ出てきた後はどうだ。フラッシュアウトでアリアから逃れることができた。横からレイファーキーがやってくる。フラッシュインハーブ捕まえた。ロケットグラムから破滅王のノックアップマーブル身動きができない。グラビティフィールドの上カックン咎められていましたが。
Và
have some fun, you know the good times just begun. Come on, we're gonna have some fun, you know the good times just begun. Come on. Come on. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up.
Hello everyone, we are back. Series number 2 about to get underway. This
What
is
in the world was that?
It's a little jingle, mate. Got to spice it up every now and then.
The LCP jazz hands.
Just because you can't get the jazz hands going, not all of us are stuck
I don't need
like that.
jazz hands, I have gravitas.
Oh, okay, my bad. Series number 2 about to get underway. Second and third seed heading into playoffs is on the line. Second seed, very, very important. You get to be essentially equal with CFO outside of selecting who you're going against. But in terms of your standings, how fast you can get yourself into that top 3, which is what this is all for, is a lot quicker. Team Secret Wales, GAM.
And you immediately get the second life.
Yes.
You don't have to worry about potentially being knocked out in the opening round if you have a rough series. So it is... oh, okay. Someone has cleared the room. So, Team Secret Wales have gagged themselves.
You think you have gravitas, mate?
Rule 1 of League of Legends, do not chase the singed.
Oh, there's TK getting his representation. It's time. What time do you reckon they're talking about?
It may or may not be GAM time, baby.
We'll see. Of course, last time these two teams went head-to-head, it was GAM, who are about to appear on your screens, that took the win. Kaya, Levi, Ares, Artemis, Alio. Of course, there is the substitution between Ares and Emo, but recently Ares did get it done.
Emo's still the starting player. In the last series, neither of them really did much of anything because Honky was just an absolute monster. So I would imagine if we are to follow recent trends, Emo will be the one starting out the series at the very least. And again, domestically, he has looked the better of the two mid laners.
Archie just always, like, his presence just scares me.
Big daddy
He's
Archie.
just, like, staring into your soul. Like,
he's got dad energy. Like, he is a great person to be around unless you get on the wrong side of them, then the Jandal's coming out.
For sure. Pun, Histo, Dyer, Eddie, Taki. We'll see if this is the lineup they go with. Of course, last night it was Hero.
I mean, last time we had the graphic, it was Hero in the starting lineup. So who knows? Maybe one of the. I mean, realistically, I think they're both going to get some play in this series at the very least. I think they're trying to replicate the success that CFO have found with Rest and Driver to less success. Obviously, I think it has been a bit of hit or miss. Yes, Pun has been offering a little bit more freshness, but Hero, at least from the last showing, has looked a little bit better.
For sure.
Pun is still struggling to acclimatize to the scene. He's not quite as familiar with the nuances, whereas Hero very much is.
Yeah, has been, again, like as we've said with many people, just thrown into the deep end, coming in straight into the contenders bracket, which is just so many strong top laners. Now, the one big thing I think between these two top laners, again, I go back to last series. There was a clear difference in just the consistency, the strength even of the laning between Hero and Pun, and I think Hero just was clearly the better, at least on the day. And that's not to say Pun can't find his groove, but I think we've seen less carry performances out of him than we even just saw yesterday.
Yeah.
For the team, though, as a whole, I really, again, I keep saying this, I want them to go back to their shambolic, just chaotic, constant fighting style. Because GAM, similarly to CFO, like to play a nice controlled style, a little bit more explosive than CFO, admittedly. They are a little bit more willing to take these 50-50 fights. But Team Secret Wales, traditionally, if they're going for those more risky plays where they find that freedom, especially when it's in the regular season, they succeed a lot more. So if they can do that against GAM, I'd feel confident for them.
Yeah, for sure. You want that explosive nature from Team Secret Wales because they seem to have found a nice balance of measured until the opportunity presents itself, and they are easily the most volatile team, and they still have that tendency to, even from behind, look to force the issue. That it becomes less they look for the opportunity and just consistently force an opportunity. So, I mean, they are easily the best team at brute forcing opportunities to come back in a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see if they're able to do it again. I mean, that's even your statement there is a more historic thing, right? Because, again, just week after week recently, they have been playing a much more reserved style. And while they have found success with it, it hasn't been as successful as we know from the past, where they are just going complete balls to the wall and just fighting every and any objective they're given chance to.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's exactly it. They need to go back to that play style. They need to be the ones, because that is it. If they are the ones dictating the pace, if they're the ones forcing the issue, they look amazing. If they fall into the trap of their opponent's play style, they just fall apart.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do believe we're about to get our player walkout. About to find out which of the top laners is playing, and ultimately which of the mid laners is playing as well for the side of GAM.
Well,
and Hero, I think I just heard.
Yeah, it is. Yep. So Kiaya and Hero are going to be starting out on the top side. Kiaya, not going to change. That dude is a force unto himself in the top lane and has needed no reserves to keep him in a good position and GAM in a good position. He has just consistently been this unflappable monster. Histo and Levi in the jungle again, both having had monstrous performances this year. In the head-to-head, though, when it comes to bracket time, like you said, Levi and GAM have had Team Secret Wales number.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was Emo.
Yep.
Emo coming back out to start. Dyer, of course, going to always be the starter. Just so strong in that mid lane. Emo most recently going up against Hongq. It was a rough look, but Hongq always makes every mid lane look rough for the other opponent.
Yeah, Eddie and Artemis. I mean, at least for my money, Artemis clear ahead compared to Eddie, but again, just in that sheer nature of explosive volatility that Team Secret Wales has, Eddie can find himself in a position to very much carry these games. And in the support role, Elio and Taki, some of the best supports that we have here in the LCP, leaning more towards the Enchanter side of the support role, but still incredibly capable of those engaged supports.
Yeah, I mean, less so Enchanter, more so just ranged mages almost, it feels like. But I do want to say, I think after the last two performances, while Taki has had some great bards, maybe just drop it for a little bit, get a few more reps on it, because if we're being entirely honest, this guy is insane at support, but the last two games of bard have left a lot to be desired. So I'm really hoping for him, lean away from the bard, play something a little different, play, you know, your more traditional supports that we do typically see him on, and maybe find a little bit more success.
Yeah, I mean, look, realistically, I wouldn't be too upset if we did lean into some of the less prio bot lanes, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, we haven't seen the Zeri Lulu in a long time. We haven't seen, you know,
I love that stuff.
Jinx. We haven't gone down that tier list, you know, far enough that we see the Caitlyn's coming out. So I think I'd love to see that a little bit more, especially from Artemis and what we've seen out of that bot lane duo of him and Elio.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just going back to MSI, right? Artemis's Caitlyn, phenomenal up against G2. Got them across the line, I believe it was game 4, if I remember correctly. Blue side selected for GAM being the higher seed. Not surprising whatsoever. Should be headed into the draft very shortly.
Oh dear. What a time to be alive. The VCS Derby to round out a day of just hometown matchups. LJL versus LJL, now VCS versus VCS.
You see it there. Into the draft they go.
Some banter from the GAM side.
Yeah. Even if there were banter, Eddie not the kind of guy to get locked out or lose focus. Very strong Eddie has been. So consistent as that AD carry here for the side of Team Secret Wales.
You talk about gravitas, Team Secret Wales. Their assistant coach definitely has that in spades. When he speaks during the draft, you listen.
Yep. Artemis locked in. Oh, nice little yellow jobby down there.
Some Na'Vi colors.
We don't talk about the LEC here. There's the Aurora, Yunara, Gwen, Rumble, both banned. Interesting to see Team Secret Wales opting into banning both of them. But of course, Kiaya probably the best in the league at both of those champs. So
easily.
It's not awfully surprising to see, but it is an unfortunate couple of bans you have to give over. And Bessa going to be taken away from Hero. Again, I mean, he was really targeted and put very far behind in game 3 of yesterday and still found a way back to absolutely decimate. It was game 3, right? Oh, they always just merge into one. It's so hard to remember.
It's worth remembering. Almost every other region and every other language broadcast has multiple talent. We're doing it all our own. Right. We are the dynamic duo. Varus as well banned away from Artemis. Aurora, is going to be a target ban throughout this entire series, I feel. Dire is not going to be allowed that champion ever. Levi picks up the Pantheon, a champion which he has just done so much work on this year.
Absolutely. And it's going to be Histo getting himself the Wukong. Of course, seems to go well. Getting another pick now. Couldn't really look towards anything.
Do they want to deny the Talia away? Don't give up that combo. It's going to be the anti-Wukong. I mean, it makes sense. It has become almost a synonymous mid-lane jungle duo at the moment.
Absolutely. Corki, most likely for Artemis here. Again, that just strong bot lane presence.
Galio, okay.
Galio into the Annie. So very much not a good target for the Wukong Annie. Although at times, I mean, we've seen Dire solo kill Gallios as this champion. So it is definitely something that Dire has been known to exploit. We'll see if Emo's up to the task of standing tall up into the Dire Annie, which, again, has looked phenomenal. I'd argue the best Annie in the league because Honkyu on that champion has not looked very solid.
Nico.
And Taki gets Nico. I mean, this is a pretty crazy wombo combo comp coming out of Team Secret Wales.
Unfortunately, given the stage in the pick ban phase rather that has been picked up, likely means Kai'Sa will be denied away by GAM. So it won't be the Kai'Sa-Nico combo, which we have seen so often.
Hard removed away from Alio here.
I mean, that is respect. I mean, look, you've got your support already, but yeah, Kai'Sa gone. I mean, in terms of what else we've seen both teams show, I mean, bot lane is a role that, I mean, you can play pretty much anything. It's not 100% the Corki bot lane. I would imagine it likely is with the Galio shown, because obviously Kiai could pick that up for himself.
Yeah,
Alio in theory could as
it.
well. But I think realistically that's more than likely going to be mid bot lane.
Definitely agree. One last ban now to come through for the side of GAM.
Okay, the Talia was banned away.
Yeah.
So they are maybe reading into this being a support Galio.
Yeah, I mean, Alio, I believe, was the first one to pick it up here in the LCP, so it's a fair enough.
I mean, with the Nico as well, it's going to do all right. Siva.
Okay. Now, what are you looking towards here, Team Secret Wales?
Probably Hero's pick, I would imagine.
I would, yeah, I mean, possibly. I mean, taking AD carry, given counterpick top seems better to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on what.
See the
Heroes.
at least.
Yeah, you could make the argument for either. Yeah, so Israel, Nico. Look, yeah, it's a lot of damage from range. Could be a rough lane for Alio if he is playing this Galio, but
highly doubt it.
I would imagine it's likely Emo in the mid lane. He's showing more of it.
So, looking towards a top laner and a support now to the side of GAM. In terms of those blind picks that are strong, there are still the likes of the Cassante, of course. The Sion is one as well, and that's what Kiai is going to opt into. So now Alio to pick his support, unless, of course, it is Galio, but more than likely, again, will be a support pick coming out here on 5.
Yeah. I mean, you could just go something reasonably safe. I don't know. Lorel, okay, yeah, so it is just something that's reasonably safe and does well when it comes to team fight time. I don't know, maybe arguments could have been made for the likes of a Leona, but realistically, all those engaged supports were kind of going to suffer in the same level in the lane phase.
But sure, I don't hate the rally at any point. I think ultimately it's going to be a rough lane, but that's kind of the truth of any support you have picked here.
Very bulky front line though for GAM.
But yeah, exactly. And there isn't really any tank killers. So if this game progresses through, I mean, Aatrox is a good pickup. We'll have a good matchup into the Sion and does relatively okay into the tanks as the game progresses. And that is very important here because, again, Ezreal really struggles against those tankier members, doesn't have that much damage to high health targets, neither does the Annie. So now something that can essentially drain tank through those health bars for Hero does round out this comp very well.
In saying that, Dire's build path on the Annie has leaned more towards the HP.
It's still a burst mage. It still doesn't really do anything. It's you needed something that can actually do a dent into these health bars, and with the drain tank and the amount. Yeah, yes, it would have. A lot of targets. But in any case, You don't know that, and it's very hard to hold a jungle pick later on into the draft, outside of looking for something creative. So I think going the more tried and tested Galio, I mean, Wukong,
it certainly would have been banned in the second phase.
Crowd still energized as ever as we head here into game number 1 of a second series of the night. GAM up against Team Secret Wales. Winner gets the second seed heading into the playoffs. And unfortunately, for whoever goes down, it will be that third seed. You have that risk of going and getting eliminated in the first round. But you do get the choice of who you want to go up against between PSG and DFM.
Yeah, I mean, it happened to Team Secret Wales in the season kickoff. The only reason it didn't in the mid-season is they finished second seed overall. Unfortunately, they were then succinctly knocked at the lower bracket and then knocked out of that.
Yeah, it's been an unfortunate couple of playoffs for Team Secret Wales, unfortunately.
I mean, they are still a fairly young roster.
Absolutely.
So you could put that down to lack of experience at this level of play.
It does get more and more nerve-wracking the later on into the season and into the splits even you go.
Absolutely. The stakes getting bigger and bigger and aspirations getting higher and higher.
Classic laning. Both relatively strong, being at the Corki, then the Nico. So keeping the minion wave essentially even, trading order for order on that wave. Taki, though, doing a good job of landing some of these Nico Qs. Elio will find the stun there, not able to punish all that much, though.
No, that's a lot of damage.
Artemis does have the barrier, does have the heal, but Eddie's still looking aggressively. Won't be able to find that final hit as Artemis is going to be taken awfully low down here.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, again, just an absolute slap fight of two very beefy blokes. Although one will get significantly beefier than the other later in the game we go.
Yep. Trade-off, of course, is that hero will start to almost one-shot people.
Wellio. So Portal Combat this time is a less even playing field, and one of the supports is Nico. And an early lane swap.
Yep. So wanting to get out of the horror show that is laning against Nico, just going to swap the bot lane up here to the top side. Sion will do a little bit better in that lane swap than an Aatrox will typically. But it is going to be matched immediately. You see Eddie already pathing out here. This does buy one wave, of course, where Artemis just gets the free hit. So it is a little bit of pressure alleviated. Yeah. Here we go.
Welcome to the bot lane. Oh, what a dodge.
Yeah, hero aware of the antics, does get himself away from the decimating smash.
Hero is familiar with Kiaya's game. Oh, not so lucky the second time around. It was a bit of a pump fake from Emo.
Oh, Garma up here in the top side with Levy.
Oh
dear, have no idea. Taki trying to flash away, has the clone for a bit of movement speed, but first blood going the way of Artemis. Almost felt like one of those moments, the 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah, pretty much. And just no idea that is where Captain Levi was, and they punish with no remorse. First blood going the way of Artemis is going to help accelerate that lane. Both these champions looking for that 2-item power spike, and yeah, oh, literally could not have been a worse situation there for Team Secret Wales.
So a nice little bit of an early advantage for Artemis, despite the struggles of the early stage of the lane. Hero with the second wind door and shield will be healing up the majority of what Kiaya just did. In fact, even more. In fact, higher in HP now.
Yeah.
Funny little rune combination.
Oh, healing. Yeah, it's interesting, obviously. The stream I've been watching over the last couple of days in the studio, the replays of 2013, now 2014 Worlds that we're into. And just seeing how the game was so very different. First back was always double Doran's refillable pots for the mid lane. For pretty much every lane, really. Now, you'd think they were trolling if they went that way.
Absolutely. So slight early advantage, of course, going the way of GAM, but it has been brought back a little bit by the fact there is a CS lead in the middle lane here for Dyer. Pretty typical of Annie against the Galio, of course.
This Aatrox champion. Sustain.
Today, I'd love to see Kratos pick it up, but I'm not too upset to see Hero. He's very good at it.
Oh yeah. 6 now for all 4 solo laners. Although for Kiai, I think realistically his first ult usage is going to be to get back to lane.
The farm alarm.
Oh
Jumped on here. There's no flash for Levy, so it's pretty hard for him to get onto Dyer. He's still going to be able to dodge away from the taunt as Taki also arrives. 3v3 in the mid lane, but seemingly GAM not going to be able to pull the trigger again as Emo did lose a substantial amount of HP.
And with Taki coming in as well, just going to make it significantly harder than Nico. Now going to take the crab. Elio here. So it's just going to be vision traded, in all honesty, as you'd expect. Chemtech up and alive. The jungler really in the vicinity to go for it.
Absolutely.
Oh, no.
Tibbers teleports on in.
Okay, he just, yeah, Tibbers is an omnipotent deity in teddy bear form. Gaia not having to use the ultimate. He's just going to walk her back to lane.
Okay. Has himself the Bramble Vest now. Looking aggressively onto Taki as Alio. No follow-up at the moment. Artemis maybe looking to punish if there isn't an overstay from the bot lane of Team Secret Wales. Instead looking to force them to stay in this lane. Now, Histo is in the area. Cyclone available. Flash much the same.
Levi does have Grand Skyfall. And that with the hero's entrance would turn things on its head very, very quickly. Now looking for the reset, I think. The game plan likely will be potentially, yeah, swap the lanes back, look for that dragon. But no, it is just going to be about the grub control.
Now, things have gone a little bit easier for Emo, being that he has that null magic working towards a bit of magic resist there from the Spectre's Cal. Ooh, just out of range of the stun.
Sometimes the animation cancelling in this game is even better than the animations that you would have triggered anyway. Oh, Histo now.
Area.
No flash on Artemis.
On a pink ward, Exhaust gets chucked down to recycle through the summoners. Levy is here. Levy has flashback once again. They now see where this Wukong is. Very well aware of his position, but at least the first Void Grub will be picked up. That was without the Smite, so Levy now still with Smite available. Will be at least able to get the second one and still holding it. GAM, Artemis and Alio doing a great job of controlling the area, but in comes Histo. He finds a Cyclone, but in comes that hero's entrance. There's a massive knock-up. Histo taunted, Histo taken out, and Kaya comes roaring in. Stun landed by Dyer, cancels out that decimating smash, but now with Emo on him, is going to get the flash away over that wall. Alio with a nice stun, but Hero's needed out too. He's got that world into popping. He should be able to get the reset. They do get it through Taki's auto attack, but still another kill going the way of GAM. Make that a third and make that a fourth as Eddie in the pit can only flash into the waiting arms of the Gargoyle. 5-1 the kills now as GAM wiped the floor with Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, it accelerates on a dime, unfortunately, in Team Secret Wales. Kind of what we wanted to see, and them just saying, yeah, let's fight. Unfortunately for them, GAM were very much willing to fight in that situation. Just the team fight capabilities of the GAM draft mean that as soon as Team Secret Wales go in, they've got the answer back in the form of the Galio. Levi just locking down his toe, the follow-up set taunt from Emo. And you look at it, the slide in under the Tibbers to knock up Dyer. Unfortunately, not even her bear will save any.
He does get the flash away, but as Hero comes in, a breath of life it feels like Team Secret Wales see, but unfortunately he gets knocked up, taken out, and then with everyone sticking around, it's pretty easy for GAM to mop up the end of the team fight. Eddie as well, maybe not aware that Emo is just waiting for him. Able to get that kill as well.
Rough one, 3 of those kills go into the pockets of Emo. And what was a slight lead going the way of Team Secret Rail's balloons and a 2,000 gold lead for GAM.
Almost at the Trinity Force now, Artemis on the Corki, so still not there, but definitely ahead.
Yeah, and it seems that much like you, neither of these teams all that willing to interact with the Chem Tech Dragon.
Yeah, slow starts on the Dragons in this game. Of course, the first series wasn't the same. Game number 2 was, but...
Yeah, that Bramble Vest out means that Hero is going to be sustaining substantially less now when it comes to interacting with Kiaya. Sundered Sky as well for Levi.
Yeah, and I got to worry. Team Secret Rail is from behind. They don't really have a whole lot of damage to tanks, and well, there is some beefy boys on the side of GAM. There's still a lot of damage through the Pantheon and the Corki, of course.
At least they didn't draft Jin.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, Israel, essentially, when it comes to tanks, it is very simple.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, just catching. Taki's here, pulling the trigger on the ultimate. Both top laners, in fact. The hero without the Royal Ender now is going to be struggling a little bit even more in this lane. It does also open up the opportunity for Levy to start up and take this Chemtech Dragon with Taki already known to be on that top side of the map. Artemis as well, pressuring down this tower, getting himself a plate, maybe even looking for a second.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Histo in the vicinity, but it's just not worth it. Not with Emo still here. They're looking for Emo.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Emo. He's going to be able to block up some of the damage from the Pop Blossom. Still doesn't have the flash, but he does have the phase rush. He gets himself out.
Oh my god.
Even Elio coming in, giving him a speed boost and make sure of it. Eddie having to use that arcane shift defensively as Artemis slams yet another wave into this tower. That's 4 plates that have been claimed in the past minute.
To sum up, 3 ultimates. Pop Blossom, Tibbers, and Cyclone dropped onto Emo, and he still gets himself to safety.
Without flash up.
Without flash up. And then Levi, Grand Skyfall's bot lane, forces Eddie off the lane, knowing that there's no support there for him, and Kiaya is currently manhandling Hero on the top lane.
Oh, Hero able to just get it far enough away, thanks to that Infernal Chain slow.
This is very rapidly approaching a what do we want to do in game 2 type situation.
It is,
Team Secret
yeah.
Wales.
Well, again, while 2K isn't the biggest lead of all time, it is still, at this stage of the game, very, very significant.
And especially what it means in terms of that acceleration. I mean, at what point do you just start healing rather than hurting into both a Scion and a Galio?
This is the problem that they come out of draft with, and again, it's the problem you often run into with these low damage AD carries. Of course, by the end of this game, there's a good chance Eddie's done the most damage in the game, but it's all very, very fake.
Back in the good old days where you just pick Vayne into this draft. I mean, admittedly, that was nearly 10 years ago. And at that stage, Galio hadn't had its rework, so it wasn't being played at all.
Levy, gonna get jumped on. Pop Blossom does land, but it's only going to be able to land on Delio, who turns things around. Magnet Storm, Hero's finding a lot of damage, but has to flash away as Artemis comes roaring over that wall. The Valkyrie used the kill, found Emo as well, lands onto Taki. Won't be able to make out of the situation, but it's another kill found. A lot used from both sides of the rift, but it's still, once again, GAM coming out on top.
And the question now becomes is just how quick a game could this potentially be, given that we're 14.5 minutes in and Team Secret Wales just cannot step up to match at all this GAM team fight. The only time they're going to be able to fight is when Hero's entrance is down, when Grand Skyfall is down, and even then, if they choose the wrong target, clearly it doesn't matter. We saw Emo just absolutely soak 3 very, very key ultimates and just shrug it off.
Absolutely. Now with that Malignant, so a little bit of power for him, but only really if he finds it onto Artemis. Everyone else is going to be a tough task of taking down. And Artemis with Flash and Barrier feels untouched for the majority of this game outside of the level 1 and 2. Another objective going to be picked up here. With Herald for GAM, as that will do a lot to breaking open that mid lane. And when that mid lane's open, it's kind of like that saying, when it rains, it falls.
Yeah. I mean, it is just an absolute acceleration into oblivion for Team Secret Wales, unfortunately.
Not over. 4K gold advantage for GAM at 16 minutes in is very, very daunting. Only the one dragon, so in terms of the soul, not the most viable win condition of all time, as Hero training aggressively onto Kaya, and Kaya doesn't really feel all that pressured, but will eventually ult just to make sure. Only had the vision of Wukong coming and maybe thought more might be on the way. Of course, he saw it wasn't. Still, I mean, he doesn't need to do anything. As long as he's living, not giving over pressure, the rest of the team will just naturally win.
Absolutely. Herald is going to go down. That's mid-tier 1 gone. Realistically, they should even be able to pressure more off the back of that. And Artemis is going to jump in the driver's seat and slam it on into the tier 2. I mean, they could even get more damage still, but choose not to. I mean, you look at Team Secret Wales, oh my lord.
Well, they're trying to find Emo once again, and Histo finds the Cyclone, at least Dyer able to drop Tibbers, and this should be a kill going over. Picked up by Histo, so something back and a shutdown for sure. Something definitely that Team Secret Wales needed.
Absolutely.
Does cost them everything though, so Dragon will be picked up. But again, it's not really that viable of a win condition, so a good trade.
For sure, for sure. Ocean Dragon alive. Yeah, I mean, just look how low Dyer is. Gets the taunt even. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, Malignant's online. It's starting to hit a little bit harder. Histo as well, starting to ramp up. But when you are that far behind, how much ramping is there really going to be able to do?
Not sure, but Anonymous looking to take down this mid tower. Finds that last auto attack. Is that going to be enough though? It is slowly fading. Maybe just barely kept alive. But for all intents and purposes, is a dead tower. And Artemis will get lane priority once again.
Yep. I mean, at least you're slowly scaling up on Eddie. I don't know how much that is going to benefit you, but it's something, at least.
Tower of which you can literally not see the health bar of. Will fall. Things have slowed down, but when you're in the position GAM's in, there's no need to over-risk.
Oh, the principal Wang ward. What a story that was. And he's gone. Once again, Emo and Dyer squaring off in the top lane. Unfortunately, without outside intervention, I don't think Emo suffers as greatly at the hands of Dyer.
Absolutely. I mean, next objective, Artican in a minute. GAM don't really have anything to do until then. Any fight would be awfully random and not really necessary. Artican on the top side of the map, however, means they will have slight battles over the vision control, but not really aware of what's waiting from Levy. Ooh, dicey. Is going to pull the trigger, however. He's in the thick of things. Can he block any damage, though? Eventually does get himself a bit of leeway as Emo comes flying in, gets knocked up. This is a really rough look as Hero's going to pop that Whirlwinder, and the Pop Blossom's great, and Team Secret Wales may have found the avenue back in as GAM well and truly overstepped their mark. That's 2 kills for 0 as things stand. Artemis stunned up by the Tibbers, flashing away, has the barrier still, able to just survive off the Mystic shot, but shut down as Hero comes on in. And unfortunately for GAM, they have no reason to fight and they choose to, and boy, oh boy, does it go poorly.
I mean, we were rampaging towards what could have potentially been not just the fastest game this split, but even this year with how accelerated GAM were. And then one botched entrance into a fight and Team Secret Wales have the perfect response. Unfortunately, you see as Emo slams down to the ground, every single member of Team Secret Wells has vacated the area. Even Hizo just sitting there waiting, looking like a Wukong clone. And then they collapse in on and punish him. I mean, you just watch it. Levi, well overextended here. I don't know what possessed him to think that this was the play to make. Because look how much damage he takes. The hero's entrance comes in, no one clipped by it whatsoever, and Hizo just steps up, catches Emo as he tries to Justice Punch his way out. Pop Blossom over the wall, catches two, and while Hizo may not have a Sundered Sky, that Triforce is going to be hitting very, very hard.
And stun even onto Artemis, tries to flash away and get himself out to safety. The barrier blocks the Mystic shot, but will not block the Q3 as Hero gets himself a shutdown, and that arguably on the side of Team Secret Wales is the member you want the gold on the most, as he will be providing the most into the lineup of GAM. But as things stand, 2 dragons in favor of GAM. They are still very slightly ahead in gold, but the Arakan was collected there by Team Secret Wales off the back of that fight.
Absolutely. Nothing doing for the next 90 seconds. Oh, no.
Dyer caught by the shopkeeper for now, knocked up. It's a bouncy castle, and unfortunately, it's not a very friendly one. Levy coming flying in as well, looking for Taki. Is he able to find any more CC? Elio finds it onto Eddie. Has got the Magnet Storm, but will have to run away as Eddie with the Arcane Shift gets himself over the wall. Still 1 for 0 found there, as Teleport for Kiaya is going to be here to try and defend the tower, but Demolish should mean Hero gets it.
Oh dear.
Popping the World Ender as well. I don't think he's killing Kiaya.
No, but he can force him back. Gives that tower room to go down with the minion wave.
Yeah, I mean, the tower's gone anyway. A bit of a wastage of the ult there for Aatrox. But, I mean, as long as nothing happens in the near future, it should be fine. It will be down for this dragon, however, if they look for a 5v5. 40 seconds until that spawns. It's the Infernal Soul this game. Of course, the second one of the night. The first one lost.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it's crazy. There's still near 3,000 gold differential between mid and bot lane. 2.4k of that in the hands of Artemis, and it just did not matter in that last fight.
Now, Artemis has the same 2-eyed Miss Spike as Eddie, with slightly more damage from the pickaxe and Ruby Crystal, but this is a pretty even time to fight for the side of Team Secret Wales, considering the gold advantage that could be there for this Corki. So I wouldn't hate to see them try and force a way into this dragon. They have got the control over the river for the time being. Keep eyes on Hero. He still does not have the ultimate, but if it comes available, the fight becomes a whole lot more playable, as a lot's going to be used here onto Kiaya, but it will go Elio, it will go Taki. A lot of CC coming through, but unparalleled as GAM's. It's still going to be Histo who takes the first kill. Elio on such a smidgen of health running away. A 1 for 2 true shot barrage, and it's Hero in the thick of things, tanking up everything and providing so much damage.
What an absolute mess of a fight. It was honestly kind of hard to keep track of what the heck was going on, because it was just big bodies on top of big bodies. And Histo, despite going down, does exactly what's needed there to allow the team to take that dragon. And Team Secret, who not even 10 minutes ago we thought for sure were just entirely out of this game. We were talking about a go next angle, but it doesn't matter. Elio comes in. Pop Blossom is just so huge. The Hero's entrance does next to nothing. Histo as well. You just look at it. Dyer, Taki, and Eddie on the back lines, just still pumping that damage out. All the while, Histo and Hero wailing away in the melee.
And this is the power of the Aatrox into comps like this. While yes, it's true that Team Secret Wales don't have the most amount of damage to be taking out these tanks, it's also true the other side of things, where it's very difficult for a team with so many tanky champions to get through this health bar and healing that Aatrox is providing. And I think a key to their team fight, a key to their team composition for Team Secret Wales, and it's really showing itself. Still, game awfully close. It is GAM very slightly ahead. In terms of combat power, though, Team Secret Wales should have more, simply because of those pedals you get after taking the Arakan.
Yeah, as well as the Cinders now, the Infernal Soul. Kiaya positioning himself in that bot river. I mean, there's nothing to gain. I mean, look, in theory, with 5 seconds remaining on that Baron, that is the next objective contest. But realistically, we're looking at 3.5 minutes of downtime.
Absolutely. GAM need to shore up some of these errors they're finding. Alio without the flash, Taki has his, so for the time being, that explosive team fight, a lot more powerful for Team Secret Wales. And I just can't believe how close this became after what was a complete dismantling early on.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the synergy is just falling a little bit short there for GAM. Damage output a little bit lacking. And what was a very much Kiaya-sided matchup in the laning phase towards the latter half of it is very much now a hero show.
Kiaya coming down to the flash. Kiaya onto him, but he's caught. And a lot of damage coming down onto him, but the teleport's there. Kiaya's still alive. He flashes over the wall. Dyer looks to try and follow, but Annie's not going to do all that much damage as True Shot Barrage comes down. Hero's entrance going to be able to CC up Hero, and everyone's here. Uh-oh! It's Team Secret Wales this time. That well overstep. Oh, Dyer just gets away.
Indiana Jonesing his way out of danger. Yeah, a little bit of an overstep there. I mean, yes, look, Hero was absolutely slapping Kiaya around. But it is that nature. It did require the teleport for Emo to get in position to use that Hero's entrance. But I mean, you just look how long's Kiaya surviving in these fights. And oh, I say that he's dead again.
Yeah, overstays in the bottom lane. Doesn't take the recall and just gets collapsed upon. Uncharacteristic mistake from a player like Kiaya, but a mistake nonetheless.
Absolutely. Shojin's done now for Artemis. So, I mean, these damage spikes will continue to trickle on through. I mean, for the most part, Eddie and Artemis are going to have almost identical builds. Barring the boots, of course, which they've already deviated on.
Absolutely. Spirit Shojin. Artemis certainly strong, but not really doing all that much to the Aatrox, importantly. Not a lot of heal cut. Levy's going to have to flash away. World Ender was used by Hero, but that's a key summoner now missing. And again, Hero just showing he is the key to the success of Team Secret Wales.
Oh, yeah, look, I mean, that is just greed from Kiaya. He did not have the HP to be sticking around like that. Even with Levi there. 48 seconds to Dragon. So, somewhat of a lull period. Just a bit of fighting and both top laners going down. They do get Levi's flash as well, importantly.
Absolutely. Hero should have his ult back for this next fight, meaning that Levy's loss of flash is even more impactful, but Alio with his flash now can look for some hectic engage, which Rel often finds, but much the same as the Nico.
Vision lines being set up. Kiaya
pulls the trigger onto Dyer. Dyer no flash in the back line goes Levy.
Oh my lord.
Trying to find damage onto his toe. Finds quite a lot of it himself. Dyer's going to go down. Here on the back line now too is running away. Hero's engine from Emo. Not going to be able to find all that much. And unfortunately, jungler for mid lane is the exchange. GAM still heading towards this bottom side of the river, and they are outside of vision. Great usage of the clone means that Taki is going to be able to find the positioning of GAM. True Shot Barrage not quite clipping.
Looking
flash,
for it.
yes, the crash down 3-man at flash out from Eddie though, as it's only Hero in the thick of things, but that's who they don't really do that much damage to, but the decimating smash means they will be able to. A great turnaround, flash away from Eddie, cleanse the out of that Q from the Rel as Artemis tries to find more damage, and Eddie will in fact find more damage, but still it's GAM who get the kill. They'll be able to turn their attention now towards the Dragon.
Oh, welcome to the BCS roller coaster. Please keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle and hold on for dear life. It is just ups and downs across the board. This time, GAM able to come out having not thrown up all over themselves and not suffering from any real dizziness.
The funny thing about how this fight kicks off is they don't know that Dye is here, so I think Kiaya's trying to ult to where Levy is and just hits a rogue Annie in the middle of it, so then Levy becomes split off, and Dye are much the same, which ends up in just a trade.
Yeah, but look, both such integral tools. It could have been far, far worse, and I mean, ultimately, yeah, Hero does go down on the back of it, but this could have been just a full ace, honestly, if they'd not cleared that brush with the Nico clone. And if it as it is, Elio makes a big play here. Flash, Magnet Storm, almost catches Eddie, but Yeah, Hero just stuck dead to rights, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Not easy to do the damage. Kai in the thick of things now doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Hero does. That's the World Ender available. Can they find the access in for this Aatrox? For the time being, they haven't been able to. Dire, keep an eye on him. The Flash Tibbers is available, and Valio and Kiaya's health bar is so low, it could be an angle.
Absolutely. Execution is calling. Picked up here by Artemis.
Well, I'm going to start it up. Teleport in from Kiaya, getting back to get some pressure, try and fight for that vision control once more. Be able to have a look into that top river once this mid lane is pushed out.
Yeah. Artemis still holding a fairly sizable lead over Eddie at the moment. This is a real problem point for Team Secret Wales. They just don't have the response time that GAM does, which means that GAM could, depending on the map state, look to start something here. Hero does not have teleport in this bot lane, but Levi is also down in the bot lane for some reason. They're pinging the bot lane, but there's just no one there. Hero's backed off to go to his jungle.
You never know. But I guess fortunately for them, not realizing that Pantheon's down there, they don't make a whole lot of progress in terms of that vision in the topside river.
Yeah.
Stowe just mimicking essentially what Levy was doing in the bot side, but he's on the top side.
Yeah. And Annie, unfortunately, largely mobile without the flash, becomes a bit of a target.
Dire now avoids staff, so a lot of damage added for him.
Oh my lord, the Oblivion Orb as well for Emo.
Yeah.
There is 3 different separate forms of heal cut for GAM right now. They're that worried about Hero.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. Maybe a little overkill. Obviously,
No kill like overkill.
You need... You're not really utilizing the Thorn Mail in the fights.
No.
All Hero needs to do is not auto-attack the Scion, but in terms of... You probably don't need the Oblivion Orb and the Lord Doms. Rather, the Mortal Reminder. I think the Oblivion Orb probably should just be more gold towards getting your 3rd item online, but nonetheless, it is the choice that was made. Now, control over this river entirely favoring GAM for the time being. Team Secret Wales, though, working on that mid lane, should be able to contest some of it back.
Oh, we've gone from potentially being the shortest game of the year to another 35-minute plus barn burner. Classic VCS.
So back and forward. The game was well and truly out of Team Secret Wales' control until GAM
lost their minds in the top lane.
Felt a bit of national pride.
Void Staff now done for Dire. So it isn't going to be that Bloodletter's Curse avenue that we've seen from him in the past. He just wants that raw damage.
Yeah. Makes sense. There's not really any unmanaged resist.
What a reminder done.
Close to the Spear Shojin now for Eddie, but not quite there. Dragon spawning, and it is the soul for GAM. 30 seconds on the Infernal Soul opportunity. It'll be the 2nd dragon of the game for Team Secret Wales. Vision control. Once again, being established by GAM, being very dominant in terms of that vision.
Oh dear.
Kaya's going to face check the bush, and I mean, a lot used on him. But still staying relatively healthy. Has the honey fruit as well to top up even more. In goes Emo, finds his way there onto Dire, but Taki doing a great job of thwarting off the rest of GAM. True Shot Barrage comes through, lands onto a bunch of people, as Elio will do much the same on the round. Now in the back line, Histo looking for Artemis, will find him. Emo just barely able to get away as Kaya flashes forward, misses out on the decimating smash, but you can't miss the point and click stun as Levy's on a triple. Can he look for even more? On for the Penta if he finds a way back in, but I think the time would have elapsed now as Eddie and Taki still desperately trying to find an avenue in the fight. Levy dodges out. Levy will be able to find his way to Taki. That's going to be a 4th for him in the fight as Eddie will be able to get himself that arcane shift out. And now the Dragon Soul being picked up by GAM.
Unofficial quadra for Levi there, which would put him in the same level as the likes of Doggo and Betty. That's crazy. He was very much on for a pentakill.
Yeah, without the flash, not able to get there, but we'll get the Dragon Soul, and I think he might feel even better about that than the pentakill, as it just raised the chances of GAM winning substantially. Alio with a fantastic turnaround. I mean, both supports playing out of their mind.
Yeah.
Emo finds the way onto Dyer. Dyer has to flash away. And it would have been really bad for him if not for Taki.
You think Alio's dead to rights there. Comes back in with a Magnet Storm, sets up for Emo to come screaming in over the top. Levi finishes off Hero on the back, Histo rather, in the backside. Finds Hero as well, mind you. Yeah. And if not for the fact that Eddie had gone the build route that he did, there was a good chance that Levi potentially runs him and Taki down.
Easy turnaround. I mean, again, just exemplifying the problems that champs like Israel have is that they just can't deal with these heights, these very tanky champs. And despite Kaya being very low, there's not actually the opportunity to punish that very well.
Oh, terrain. Agelio's worst enemy. It's crazy how a single pixel just ruins the Justice Punch.
Levy's charging that ult, he's channeling the ult, Dyer doesn't have flash. They're trying to find their way onto him, and Levy will. There we go, shut down. Artemis picks up the kill. Kaya drifting about as well as you could ever dream, and mid laner down for Team Secret Wales, and GAM going to use that pressure now to look towards the Baron. Oh my.
Oh, yeah. We are hitting power spike. Oh, Lord. Eddie's got half HP from 2 rockets.
Team Secret Wales trying to kite away. We'll be able to clear the distance now. No flash for the Rel, no ult for this Scion. Means it's pretty hard for GAM to get onto that back line, but not going to need to if they just sit here and take the Baron.
Flash Pop Blossom is available for Taki. Histo very capable of getting over that wall, but you look at it, the lines drawn around the pit meant that there's no way that Team Secret Wales get even remotely close without giving up their lives. So they will just concede the Baron as they conceded the Soul. And again tonight, Annie suffering the Varus treatment.
Very much so. Oblivion Orb is like, oh, we need to start looking at items. What are we building Oblivion Orb for?
At this stage, your Desert Island draft is just going to be a horde of all these things that you hate. Oblivion Orb, Jin, Israel, Yorick.
Well, Oblivion Orb, just like, especially for
Victor
AP
for half the year.
There are so many very important items to build, and Morello is just not one of them.
No. I mean, it is something that has been discussed. Again, the heel cut items, I mean, what's the Kim Punk Saw or whatever it is?
That sucks.
Just doesn't get built at all.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, the Mortal Reminder is just the best one.
Yeah.
It's just
absolutely
hands down the best one because it's on AD carries who can utilize it the easiest. And they put it onto the member that needs it most because generally, whoever the AD carry is hitting is who needs to die first.
Yeah. I mean, there was some talk at some point about them changing the Oblivion Orb in terms of what it builds into, but I can't remember if that actually led to anything.
Well, it's only the Morello for now. Dyer sitting there in the bush will be spotted out. Artemis takes a little bit of damage, but nothing that bad from the shoe shopper.
Histo.
Found by Levy, does get stunned up, but Taki finds a way on Artemis. There's no follow-up. Taki's dead.
Where did Kaya come from?
And Kaya in the back line. Down will go absolutely everyone for Team Secret Wales. And just as the siege begins, it ends. It's going to be GAM taking game 1.
Hero.
Unless Hero. Unless Hero's able to do something. And he's damn well trying, but unfortunately, World Ender ends.
Where in the heck did Kaya come from? He just comes screaming over that wall with the blast cone, straight into the back line of Team Secret Wales.
Finds his way there, and finds their way to a game 1 victory. Now, it wasn't clean by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, it was fumbled pretty hard in the mid-game by GAM, but eventually get it back on track and do in 40 minutes close out the game.
Oh lordy, the VCS roller coaster continues. It is a wild time to be an LCP fan. I'm so excited to see that gold chart because it is just going to be all over the show.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll get that on the screen very soon, but GAM, they can be pretty happy with how the game went.
I would be, yeah, look, for the most part, I think there are some moments where you'd say, actually, we need to tighten things up. Okay, so it's not as dramatic as I thought it could have been. Once they gain control, GAM never really give it up. But you look at that, even Eddie out-damaging Artemis, but like you said, the damage for the most part, largely fraudulent.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is the problem, right? If Hero is at the fight, they have a fighting chance.
Artemis is just that much of a powerhouse. I mean, it gets to the point where literally 2 rockets and he takes half of Eddie's health bar. I mean, Elio again, making some hero plays on this rel. Boom, and catches both Histo and Hero. Hero forced Histo clones out, leaves Hero to it. He just goes down literally because his ankles get clipped by the decimating smash. Oh, it's just, it was so back and forth.
Yeah. Again, I mean, just every fight is so chaotic when there's so many tanky champs, there's so much AoE going on. Just circles everywhere, every which way you look, a massive circle. But it was, again, Kaya here alongside Levy that close out this one.
Oh dear. Denied the Penta. Gets an unofficial quadra. Captain Levi, he just really is something else in the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. Always has been, always seemingly will be. I believe there'll be one more highlight, I think. I mean, I can't remember. There's so
yeah, it'll be this one.
Okay, Kaya just strolls there.
Yeah,
he
Kaya,
pushes in mid and just strolls up to the top lane. Pretty simple as can be.
Catches his though.
Over.
Yeah, ults into Eddie, who then gets Hero's entrance to, and yeah.
I mean, it's close, but as soon as World Enders ended, it's a lot easier to take out this Aatrox champion. And the Q's, of course, going down as well.
You know what else is going down? It's the LCP English, of course. If you're on Twitch, you can subscribe, you can support, and you get yourself some pretty cool rewards as well. From now until the 28th, that's 4 days from now, you have to get that Pengu Garen, Bring It emote, of course. And from then on, the 29th onwards, we start rolling out those regional finals icons, the LCP dancing Remus. And I mean, look, that's pretty cool. And it is cool to be able to sit here and watch the LCP from afar, but it's even better to watch it in person. And you know what's even better than that? Your boys are going to be there in person in Da Nang. We are going to Vietnam alongside the teams. This 20th and 21st of September, the live finals in Vietnam. It is going to be so good.
It absolutely will. Technical issues on the silver confetti fan there.
Skill issues.
Not quite got the power. I mean, unfortunately, it didn't go off at the same time, but it will go off in September. I cannot wait to be there. It's going to be so exciting. And of course, one of these two teams could very well be there as well. We're going to go to a break. Once we're back, GAM, they lead the series 1-0. Can they close it out, or will Team Secret Wales fight back?
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Well, I think you got it, so. Well, I think you just beat it, no? Oh! Jesus! What happened?
Who win?
No, still going, still going. Jesus! Hey, you win.
Anh wait till Q cooldown.
And there's a kill!
Oh!
Yes! Yes! Let's go!
Ok, nó chiêu kìa, nó nghe nhạc kìa anh em. Nó tưởng nó giết rồi, nó nghe nhạc.
Thua rồi. Mẹ tôi tưởng tôi giết được nhờ.
Hàng kia bên kia là
Không chết rồi.
bên kia không tưởng là John Cena mọi người ơi.
Đúng ý cho anh em. Hoàn thành xuất sắc nhiệm vụ nhờ.
能换圈吗？
不行，
他走踢了，
不行，
我能走下去吗？
不行。
好，那我踢上楼。
好。
帮一下。
不会射。
哇！还有一个。
哎，别他，
还有一个。
哇，谁呀？
我猜的。
Taki đã có nhịp cản quá tốt. Baron giành về phía đội team Secret Well. Lính cắt đẩy lên xỉa khá đau. Đến với con đường cây kia nha, tôi hết tung được hai người, đó là hai người trên carry bên phía đội Secret Well. Artemis được bắn, không thể ngăn cản Artemis. Đặt full kill cho xạ thủ bên phía đội của GAM. Và khi vị trí Hito bị bỏ lại, thân một mình ở trong hang rồng được bị làm choáng trúng với Kati đang bị dồn sát thương, có một tên lửa câu giờ lại được chân đóng trúng ba người bên phía đội của chúng ta, mất đi vì chưa Kati đập thẳng vào xạ thủ đối phương. Dogo nhảy phía vào tường, cài huynh nhiều máu, Dogo cũng thế, quá nhiều đam đến từ vị trí Senna cũng như Rambo vẫn được bắn đến số gần, đối phương có thể trả đam đổi được thêm một nhưng đã có triple kill ở Senna của anh chàng số gần và Guri sẽ dứt điểm nốt với một cú đấm.
拿下了巴龙也没什么问题。
这波
顶回去，挂上手里剑，把秀哥秒了，后 Q 顶着双 C 1打2。
Dừng bên phía đội GAM là Levi, bây giờ mới tới thấy con rồng tụt xuống đâu đó khoảng 5.400 máu, 4.000 máu. Levi đang muốn vào, đối phương trong khống chế và đó là rồng cho bên phía đội của GAM. Bắt đầu xả ra tường, đang bắn lên đi nhưng ta bị dí vào Imo. Eddie có được 3 người trên đường chết, đối phương muốn cắt vào, ngăn nhịp thành công. Artemis đang được bắn nhưng đối phương quá đông. Artemis cảm giác là khó làm được, không đấy ta làm được. Sát thương cực kỳ nhiều, double kill dành cho bên phía đội của GAM và GAM sẽ có chiến thắng hay không?
抜いちゃ抑えることができる。テレポートした。さあシューターさん見るか。さあ引っ張ったのはただ相当ダメージが出ている。それでもエンゲージ2枚に対して目の前したらその瞬間倒されてしまった。横からエビがやってきてシトラスを狙い撃つ、ダメージを出そうとしましたが、その死の国の中でシャッタランゴールドエビが回収。さあ出てきた後はどうだ。フラッシュアウトでアリアから逃れることができた。横からレイファーキーがやってくる。フラッシュインハーブ捕まえた。ロケットグラムから破滅王のノックアップマーブル身動きができない。グラビティフィールドの上カックン咎められていましたが、
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 on the horizon. GAM taking game 1. Very back and forward from what was a very dominant early game.
Yeah, I mean, a roller coaster for sure. Team Secret Wales definitely found their way back in a couple of times, but in the end, just the overwhelming nature of GAM's comp meant that they were able to just come and steamroll in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was kind of Aatrox versus the world, which when you looked at the draft, it did lend its hand towards being something akin to that. Red side selected here by Team Secret Wales.
They want the counter. Which, I mean, look, to be fair, after that game, not the worst idea in all reality.
No substitutions from what I can tell, so both teams happy with the performance of Emo and Hero, and I think rightfully so. Honestly, neither one playing particularly poorly.
Oh, Emo played that phenomenally, and unfortunately there was just too much to do for Hero. So, yeah, look, I think justifiably so. I don't know that Iris would have had a better or worse game, in all honesty, in that matchup.
Yeah, I think it was just a valiant effort, ultimately, and probably matched by Iris. But in any case, game number 2 on the horizon, red side for Team Secret Wales. It'll be interesting to see what that means for them. So they're going to want a counter pick, obviously. That's what you get for red side. But where do they want that counter pick? you'd tend to lean towards either support or top, but that's more a solo queue thing, really, because in competitive, we've seen how many times a support gets pick 5 and then they just lock in the Raul, the Rakan, or something.
Nautilus.
Anyway.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it's actually Team Secret Wales banning the Aurora this time. Not wanting Emo to have that. A dire special.
Rumble up.
Nara, Nocturne banned, Gwen. So Rumble, I think realistically, might just be Team Secret Wales' third ban. That will be left up to them. Kia are quite happy to take it, so GAM can look to ban something else. And yeah, it's going to be the rise away from Dire, understandably so.
Now next, here, last ban.
Varus, potentially.
I mean, yeah, the Varus and Rumble both open. So you could leave both. I would rather have the Rumble than the Varus.
Yeah, the Varus is easily punishable compared to the Rumble, which we've seen time and time again, especially in the laning phase. Poor GAM, yeah. So it's going to be denied away from Ki. This realistically should be the Varus locked in for Artemis, you'd imagine. Again,
I can't believe out of every team, Team Secret Wales are throwing down the Varus gauntlet after how they've gone against it recently.
Yeah. And while Artemis, I would say not quite on Doggo's level, he's pretty darn close in the competition at the moment.
Oh, for sure. He's a very, very capable player.
But maybe it is even a case of GAM just really don't care that much about the Varus. I think realistically it is going to be locked in here to start things up. But no, the Talia being left open again in terms of strong mid laners makes a lot of sense. You're more than likely looking at an answer back of Azir, I'd have to imagine.
I mean, yeah, he could. Yesterday he went up against the Ziggs and did relatively well. I imagine Dire's going to feel okay into the more traditional counter in this Talia.
Far less punishing at this stage. The Vi comes through. Yeah, it was let through. We didn't really talk about it much. And I mean, it does then. They realistically can sort of pick whatever they want. They're going to take the Varus as well for themselves. They could have quite handily left it to Artemis, given that Vi punishes the Varus so heavily.
Yeah.
But they say, you know what, we're going to make it even worse for you.
Yeah, now what is GAM going to look to answer with? There's no Pantheon or Wukong because of last game. The Zinzals, of course, there, but we've seen a bit of a fall-off in the priority around that champion. Now Trundle is an option. We saw it last series in Game 2 between Arya and Citrus. A really good performance on the two champs, pairing very well early on.
Levi at times has shown the Z as well. Sivir going to come through for Artemis. So I mean, one of the counters to Vi is just not letting her get close enough to ult you, and then having the spell shield on top of that makes it doubly hard.
Yeah, and the Sivir actually does relatively well into the Varus out of all the champions, so a pretty good pickup there. Ultimately, you can get the early priority. If you start with your W, you do have relatively similar range. The Q, of course, is the big difference maker, but with spell shield available, you can somewhat ignore it.
Alistar, Sivir, I mean, look, so far it's just gearing up to be a very stock standard go forward comp for GAM, which they found some decent success on in the past.
Absolutely.
And it is one that is already gearing up to be punishing Eddie. I mean, Weaver's Wall, Alistar. Yeah, look. So whatever they've got for Taki in support, you want something that's going to help peel off and give Eddie that room to move. Rakan, phenomenal, in fact, and pairs incredibly well with the Vi.
Really good Rakan angle. So great pickup. Definitely, I think the best support they could have gone for.
Absolutely.
LCP fans.
You'd hope so.
Yeah.
If they were rocking any other region, they'd be in the wrong arena.
I just mean, you know, not coming here for one team in particular.
I mean, LTA fans might get that lost.
Yeah, that's very true.
What part of Taipei is, you know, North America? I don't know.
Next to be, I mean, Zinzao taken away, yeah, junglers.
Yeah.
Being hit. But Levy, I mean, he's just got so many junglers in his...
The champion Ocean.
Arsenal.
I mean, maybe even go back towards those tank junglers to look to punish the mobile ADC again. Orianna taken. I mean, Orianna with the Vi and Rakan would have been a horrendously terrifying combo. So yeah, justifiably banned away.
Also something that Dire has excelled with.
Oh yeah. And Bessa going from Kiaya. I mean, in terms of top lane, Pun is actually in, funnily enough.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, again, I think they're just looking to mimic what they do with Rest and Driver more than anything done wrong by Hero in that last game. He had just literally to put the team on his shoulders if they were to win. Silas. Yeah, I mean, look, with an Alistar on the hunt as well, Weaver's Wall. Alistar being the primary one, but there are still some nice secondaries already showing.
Yeah, absolutely. Good identification, good taking out of the Alistar, of the Silas rather, especially as you pointed out because of the Alistar ult available. So pick now to come through for Team Secret Wales. They can take their mid laner or top laner here.
Ari, I was just thinking, Ari, Vi, with the Rakan, this is all go forward.
At this point, you kind of wish your AD was Kai'Sa.
I mean, look, you just set up with the poke from the piercing arrows, and then as soon as you connect onto someone with a decent shot, Ari sends it on in, Vi sends it on in. What do you look for in the top lane?
Yeah, and jungle, which I'm also interested in.
Renekton.
So just blind picking the Renekton. Not a whole lot left that answers it amazingly. You could even just go back towards something like the Yorick that we've seen this matchup time and time again.
Have we seen Pun play Yorick?
I believe we did see one game. I might be wrong, but I do. Yeah, I think we did see one. You'll have to go back and check.
Yeah, I might just do that quickly.
Still trying to work out a jungler here for Levy. The Trundle is just still there.
Viego.
Pretty unconventional angle for the Viego.
No Yorick. Sion, Renekton, Gwen, Ornn, Jax, and Cassante.
There we go. We'll see what he goes this game. Could just be the Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, you pick up the Bramble Vest early enough. Kiai starts struggling a little bit in that 1v1. I mean, you've definitely got options.
There we go. It is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Cassante feeling a little out of place, considering everyone else trying to go forward, but realistically, it's an okay team composition. Both sides have okay team compositions. I worry about the Viego trying to get these resets online with a bit of a lack of burst damage. Generally, you kind of like to isolate that one target, burst them down and get it, but in saying that, Viego is a champion that is very good at receiving engage, so when he's playing on the back foot, people are coming into him. Of course, he can snare them up and look for the isolation on whoever goes in first. So it's not the worst angle of all time. It also has a good matchup in Divide because it can buffer out of that cease and desist.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do like Team Secret Wales draft. You got all the combination that you're looking for. Edie is going to be poking away the piercing arrow. As soon as they do enough damage onto a target, Dyer can full send it forward with his dough. And then, of course, Pun can come into the fight and look to take one of those big beefy targets like the Renekton out of the equation and become a bit of a problem. So I think this is a really solid draft from Team Secret Wales. Their team fighting is probably not where they're going to look. It's definitely not a straight 5v5 fight that Team Secret want to take with a Sivir in play.
Absolutely. All matching Arctic Ops and Midnight. Also, unfortunately, matching as alongside the Talia and the Alistar. IG Rakan. So Taki not going the Cosmic Dawn, going the Rakan Skin Eye.
Artemis going vanilla Sivir.
Yeah. He went vanilla Corki last game too, so.
He's not a flashy. He's not flashy. He's all about the game speaking for itself.
Absolutely. Here in game 4 of the night, the crowd still keeping up the energy. Team Secret Wales up against GAM. GAM taking game 1. Are now one singular win away from getting themselves that second seed heading into our playoffs starting in 2 weeks' time. Of course, having a pause in the middle for the most important region in the world, Oceania.
Oh, they like to think so.
Hey, we like to think so.
Oh, no, I am a VCS shill. We've been over this.
Unfortunately, you're situated in Oceania.
Only for now, because we're going to be in the finals. We're going to Vietnam. That's great. I'm so excited.
I'm also. Still a few weeks to get there, though.
Oh.
Both these teams still very much fighting to get there. Win here would make it that much easier. Ah, yeah, classic. Aliodu on the Alistar doing level 1 as best Alistar can.
Yeah. Team Secret Wales, oh, okay, Dyer taking a little bit of damage in the mid lane is a little rough, but he should be all right for the most part. I think it's Team Secret Wales assistant coach Seal. I think that's how you say it, C-I-E-L.
Yeah, I think that's the head coach. Seal.
I thought Noel was the head coach. At least that's what the graphic indicated.
It might be.
Either way, CL, I think that's his name. I'll have to figure it out. We might just figure it out over in Vietnam. Who knows? I think he's really cooked with this draft, honestly.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think, look, they've got the tools to find success. Unfortunately, now it falls to the players. So you can't, despite what people say, you can't just outright win in draft.
Absolutely. I mean, I personally am kind of favoring the side of GAM. A lot of low-range champs outside of this Varus, but Varus not going to do much to this Renekton. Renekton? Okay, Kaya, I don't know if he's cooked or if he's happy gaming, but he has grasped the Undying.
I saw that.
Oh my lord. But yeah, Sivir doing well into the Varus early on. Able to just push those waves in really well.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this is sort of the sacrifice lane for Team Secret Wales. I think the win is likely going to come from anywhere but on the Rift. It's almost like the Jhin equivalent Varus.
Jungler's going to be... Taki's going to be first to play. Teleport is going to be used here. It's Talia. Nemo finds Taki. Grand Entrance gets him over the wall, and Nemo, with that teleport there, is going to allow for the crowd to be picked up. Of course, he was just going to teleport to the mid lane anyway, so...
Oh, early TP takes so long.
Oh, Kaya. Kaya! Flash away from Pan. Now his toe under the pump. No, he doesn't flash, but he's walking straight into a croc. Flashes forward, Vault Breaker straight into Levy, and everyone else is here too. The seismic shot, but not the stun. And Kaya in the thick of things, but it's 1v3. Flash over the wall for Emo. Trying to find the damage, he won't be able to do so as Taki will flash as well. Emo with these pebbles trying to do what he can, but he won't be able to do all that much as Team Secret Wales almost certain to now pick up 3 for themselves as Taki's playing with fire here, and Emo's phase rush might have just got him out.
Maybe, just maybe!
Taki, oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie me. Now here comes Elio, the red buff! Oh! Dyer gets it with the burn.
Calculated. If this was solo queue, that's exactly what would have just been dropped in all chat.
A lot used. A lot used. But Taki deploying from base straight out to that top side was the difference maker.
It looks so scrappy. And then boom, just straight into Levi. Taki's there already ahead of the play. Dyer as well. He just, I mean, yeah, look. Emo flashes over, Taki flashes back. Hizdo gets himself over the wall. I mean, if not for the fact that they were determined to get Emo as well, they literally just get nothing out of that.
Taki unfortunately sends it straight into some pebbles. Emo not even aiming for Taki, but the minions instead. Nice sidestep, but the red buff, one last auto attack, just in the nick of time.
Burn, baby, burn.
So 3-1 in favour now of Team Secret Wales. Feat of strength picked up.
Well, I did say. The success in this game is not going to come from Eddie. He is literally just the setup damage. He's essentially Jhin in this game, but Varus. It is going to be off the back of Dyer, Pun and Hizdo.
Oh, Dyer's level 6, and that is almost certain to be Emo going down.
I don't know if that was necessary, Hizdo, but okay.
Dyer. Level 6 to level 5, no sums on the Talia, punishes it accordingly. Hizdo waiting there in the wings, it was a sure thing.
Artemis thought he was being sneaky, unfortunately he was standing right on a ward. 2 very, very quick back-to-back deaths for Emo. Puts him in a bit of a rough spot, 1,000 gold down at 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, still doing well in his lane, as is Artemis. Not out of the woods yet, Team Secret Wales, but in a good position here. Up almost 2k gold. Elio gonna find Taki.
Unfortunately, there's a wood in that brush, so, you know, Taki can just straight see. So knew exactly what was happening. I mean, the top lane matchup between Kiai and Pun is going to be a bit rough until Pun does pick up that Bramble Vest. And that's when Kiai does lose some efficacy.
Teleport coming up to the top lane from Taki. Bit of a tempo play there. Emo, he's in a rough spot. Again, not necessarily due to his own play.
No, I mean, it looked like a good shout in for GAM, honestly. Unfortunately, it was just a staggered entering of the fight. You know, unfortunately, Taki and Histo being there, they just pounce a little bit before Kiai and Emo can get to the play.
Still, as this progresses, it comes more and more favoured towards GAM because they, in fact, are the team that locked in Sivir.
Absolutely. Histo takes grub number 1, and with GAM beelining towards his position, I think Histo just backs up over that wall. No, oh yeah, okay. So loses out on grub number 2. The smite off goes the way of Captain Levi. I mean, realistically, it was always going to. It's Captain Levi. And they will take the second for themselves.
It's crazy how consistent he is.
Oh, yeah.
Never feels like a 50-50 with that man involved.
Yeah. Absolutely. It feels like he's got 2.
Yeah.
His just hits a little bit harder. But it's, I mean, look, they get the 1 at least. I think he's quite happy with that. They've already got the feat of warfare. And he's just beelining himself down towards this dragon, although given the pathing from Levi, he is down on this bot side as well. So I don't know if Histo can take the dragon off the back of this scuttle. I think they need a little bit more prio before that can happen.
As things stand, dragon still there. Neither team feeling like they've had the opportunity to take it. Pun trades aggressively, goes all out. It's going to be matched, of course, by that Dominus, and this might be a good look in for Kiai. Kiai is dodging absolutely everything. No abilities for the time being, as he is taking a reasonable amount of damage, but now, with the abilities coming up very, very shortly, Kiai going forward, finds a lot of damage. Pun misses out on that Q3, but goes back into that tanky Cassante form and will be okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. Bramble Vest comes online for Pun, and suddenly, with that 6 as well, he feels like he's a little bit more comfortable when it comes to that straight-up man fighting. But Levi is here.
They're giving over the dragon for this.
Oh, I think they may have just misplayed this a little bit. Wave is coming in, but you look at the HP for Levi and Kiai in the teleport as well.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what you need to do. The dragon was going down regardless. Give that wave, that lane over to Dire. Give him the wave. And allow Pun to get out safely.
A lot of pings. Taki flashing over, has the quickness. Emo trying to peel and will be able to for the time being as Dire desperately running away. A lot used there by Team Secret Wales as Weaver's Wall will come out from Emo to get himself back to the mid lane.
Yeah. I mean, again, Team Secret Wales looking for that fight. A little bit early on the quickness pull, I think, for Taki.
Oh, Histo has ult.
He does indeed.
Leo's in the area, he's going to pull the trigger on it. Emo with the flash gets himself way back into that tower. And oh dear, his stone takes so much damage and delivered straight back in as the perfect shutdown goes on to Emo. So far behind he was, and that, unfortunately, is a throw.
No, it was such rough timing there. With the minion wave coming in the way that it was, unfortunately Dire lands the charm onto a minion rather than Emo, who plays that about as well as he could. Very, very rough spot. Very rough timing. But, no, I mean, at this stage, not the end of the world.
Absolutely, but sees it, flash, gets down the scattered earth, and unfortunately, there's not a whole lot.
Yeah, if Dire starts with the charm, then there may be a chance that Emo goes down there, but he holds it, and the minion catches it instead.
Nice! Whoa, baby!
The cheeky little whoa baby in the middle of it.
Every time we go to a Levi listen, and it's just so good.
That is. Very much is. Now gold all but equalized essentially. 500 is the difference, and that is on Histo. Everyone else standing relatively similar. Of course, the 300 gold lead that Kaya has is matched by Daya.
Absolutely. Nemo has that Archangels, is going to start clearing those waves quicker and quicker.
Black Cleaver now here for Kaya, so the relative power between the two now should have shifted towards him. Artemis as well. Now Essence Reaver online.
Yeah, I mean, despite how things started, Artemis is... I mean, he's not really kept up that lead. In fact, Eddie has a slight lead at the moment.
Kaya doing such a great job here.
He is, for my money, just the best laner, top laner in the LCP. Like, individually, he is the best. And, I mean, look, yes, you can make the argument for Rest and Driver, but they are interchangeable. So it is not quite the same.
That's the hard thing, right, is that Rest and Driver are just so good, but because they're sharing time, it's hard to get as many opportunities to make these massive plays that Kaya does so consistently.
But we also saw where their weakness lies. Oh, okay. All right. Are we going to do it again? I think we are.
The tower will go Kaya. He gets out, and now in comes Histo. The ultimate there for Levy to get himself out of the tower range.
Oh,
Kaya. The wall. Kaya can't find the damage. He can't find it at all as Levy desperately tries to run away. Taki in the area, not going to be able to find his way over. Levy as well, trying to keep running, trying to find the distance.
Oh, no.
Does get exhausted. He will be going down.
No.
And a disastrous dive on the top side. Gives over even more gold to Team Secret Wales as Pan will secure himself that Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah. Oh, just... again, just a little bit disjointed in the approach to that tower dive.
It's an outrageous tower dive, really.
It really was. Okay, all right. Pun helping Emo there. I mean, you look at it. Histo, just completely unknown. Pun also just turning this around. Cease and desist does land. Kiai tanking the tower as Pun comes in from behind. And then Taki, again, just putting in the track star performance to make sure they get this kill to boot. Gets the exhaust out as well. But as I was saying, I mean, Kiaya, an individual effort. We saw the weaknesses for Rest and Driver when the overlap of the champion pool wasn't there. We haven't had that issue, I think, for Kiaya at all. His champion pool.
Oh, yeah, there's no one to overlap with.
Yeah, and it's just, he literally has played pretty much anything and everything in the top lane.
For sure. Still, 1.5k gold advantage now to Team Secret Wales. They also have the Dragon advantage. Of course, closer to the feats of strength. Maybe starting the Herald. Thinking about trading this for the Dragon, as you do see Histo on the bottom side of the map, maybe even looking for a dive over onto this Renekton. Charm goes wide though, so that means it's not likely to be that profitable.
Want to see me? Oh, it's a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah, the Dominus there though, it's going to make things very difficult.
Okay, yeah, no, Charm's gone. Whiffed attempt, and the Herald will be taken. So yeah, I think you take the Dragon for the Herald. Oh, Artemis and Elio coming down. I don't know if there is realistically an attempt to steal.
Nah. Now leaving nowhere in the area.
Unless some shenanigans with a boomerang blade, and Artemis is going to be looking for it.
Give it a go.
Yeah.
Never really was much more than a prayer. Oh, round two. This time, Kai going to recall. This should be the tower going down though. Teleport is there if they want to try and defend it. Maybe be able to.
Elio and Kiai are just running it there, so I think realistically, yeah, okay. They're just not going to force the issue. They're happy to wait it out a little bit longer.
Tower in the bot lane, very low. They do have the opportunity to take the tower for themselves, though, the side of GAM, being that they have that Herald. So if they can find it, oh dear, oh dear, oh, okay. Damn, very well timed ward, because that quickly could have turned into an absolute disaster. Eddie heading down to the bottom side of the map, but will quickly have to respond to Artemis, who is immediately shoved in this mid wave.
Yeah, Herald He's down the bot side.
That is the shield used by Artemis. He flashed away. There's a whole lot of follow-up though. Charm on the tower, chain of corruption, and down he'll go. Histo very low, but not really an opportunity to punish.
Up on the top side, Pon's just going to be wailing away, and that, I mean, realistically, oh, no, okay. Weaver's Wall is in position if Emo wants to come and contest this. Kiaya looking.
Demolish means he's going to get it. So now it's going to come down to the next objective for the Feats of Strength. Somehow, gold still 1.5k. It will go a little bit higher now. Now up to pretty much the total of 2.
The grasp Renekton tech. Who would have thought? Oh, that's, yeah, so the arrow drains the shield on the hunt popped. Unfortunately, you can only run so far when Cease and Desist is already on you, and the Chains of Corruption just to absolutely seal the deal.
Yeah, as Vi goes in, Rakan follows. That's why we so commonly see the Rakan ban come out once the Vi is picked up. But if you are able to secure them both in the first half of the draft, then it looks pretty decent.
Absolutely. And Eddie, I mean, look, it's not been a basic level performance from him by any stretch of the imagination, but it hasn't had to be. Top lane going to be the target of the Herald and has been prepped pretty well by GAM, and they take themselves that. Levi, he's going to jump in it, drive it away.
Now, does he make it into the mid tower? I don't know if it even, what am I saying? If it even has the legs.
It's got legs. Just not those legs. Sorry, that is a man on a mission. That Herald is strutting with purpose.
Gold still not ballooning that much. 2k. Dire, though, looking for Artemis. He is vulnerable here on the 7. No summoners.
Taki's in the wings.
Yeah, they're trying to find an angle.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my lord. Now, well.
No kill like overkill.
Till the mid tower does stand. Pun coming in from the flank, though. If he finds a way onto Alio, Alio gets the other way.
2 very bulky ships in the night passing.
Team Secret Wales looking good here to take us to a 3rd.
Absolutely. Look at him. He's a runner. He's a track star. Looking for the angle. And I don't know why we're focusing so heavily on Dire. Oh, my lord. We could have started the clip here.
I think just showing how much they anticipated this dive. You see everyone from the side of GAM are trying to come out this way, but Artemis, I mean, without the flash is just unfortunately left to the rats.
Wolves, I would have said. Well, whales, technically.
I don't think whales would eat them. They're not plankton.
The whales don't really care. If you're in the way and its mouth is open, you're getting there. And I mean, how much does that speak volumes that it looks like, yeah, Zonya's this second item for Emo.
Yeah, I think a wise pickup, ultimately.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, Artemis on the Civ will not have that luxury.
I mean, it could be a foolish idea. But realistically, you're not looking at much to counteract this other than Spell Shield, potentially a Guardian's Angel.
GAM now, they are looking to contest this next dragon. They have all 5 members here. Of course, that ever-annoying presence of the Varus. He'll use getting that Ignite now up for Elio. And he has finding himself a flank, but Histo is very well aware of his position. Let's use the headbutt on
this dragon's going down really quick.
It's very quickly going down. Histo nowhere in the area. The smite there, and GAM can just head out. No reason to do anything more. Chain of Corruption does land. Pun's going to find his way here onto Kiaya, but in comes the team fight as well. Can we get a lot of damage out of Artemis? The ricochets are going around, but the first kill does go down. Levy, the first to fall. So many low health bars across the rift, but with that redemption coming through, there's a whole lot less. Down will go Emo. He goes golden in the fight, and Artemis wailing the whole time. Does not do enough damage at this stage of the game. 4-0 in favor of Team Secret Wales.
A triple for Dire. 5,500 damage. And a clean sweep, bar Elio of GAM. Team Secret Wales, we really are riding the VCS roller coaster.
Looking very good here. 2-12 the kill score, now up almost 7k gold. And it was the Chain of Corruption just catching.
From downtown, I mean, look at it already. Half HP, and Kiaya has only just started and being involved in the team fight. Pun drops the all-out, does manage to get away thanks to Taki and that redemption as well. Hizdo in the thick of it, flashes away from the seismic shove, comes in, just clips onto Artemis, and all the while, Dire is just wailing away. And consistently, Ari has been one of his best performing champs in the LCP.
Absolutely. Very far ahead. Of course, the Dragon stacking was stopped there momentarily for GAM. 5 extra minutes bought, but is 5 minutes enough to really get Artemis to a position where those ricochets are actually tearing through the health bar? It doesn't necessarily feel like, but that just exemplifies how these team fights look. If the resets come through for Dire, it's going to look good. If Levy's able to get the reset, it might look like an entirely different battle. But it's very difficult on a team composition with pretty low burst ultimately to find those resets.
Oh, Smite comes out from Hizdo and takes the blue away. Sterex as well, finished for Kiai, so he's going to, on the hunt.
Yeah, Gamma looking. It's going to be a nice look in, potentially, but Eddie's so fast with their Yomus, and now it's an opportunity for Team CQOs to punish, but Elliot finds his way there onto Eddie. The flash forward. Can they get the reset? No! Taki doing so well with the quickness, but it's still GAM going forward. Elio gets the kill there. 3 members on the backside, and Dire finds the 16, but it's fell back. He's so low, but Eddie's going to get the kill. Pun taking absolutely everyone for a ride as Emo desperately tries to find the damage. Artemis much the same. Shutdown comes through. GAM, it's a bit of a heist. Artemis trying to find any damage on the Pun, but Pun should be able to finish this one up. Does manage to do so as Elio's left to try and get away. The Otacon even might finish him off. No, it's Eddie, and the Otacon will be Team Secret Wales' to claim.
Oh, it was a very messy fight from Team Secret Wales, but they still make it work anyway. I think it's a credit to GAM that they are still making these as frantic as they are for Team Secret Wales. I mean, Eddie gets a bit greedy with the sums and ultimately costs Taki his life there. Died, missed a couple of key charms in the middle of it. You watch it here on the hunt. They know exactly what they're doing. Weaver's Wall comes through. It looks like Team Secret Wales and Eddie are going to be away, but Eddie turns around, gets headbutt pulverized, has to cleanse, gets stunned up, forced to flash away, and only because Taki gives his life here does Eddie still survive. And then Dire comes in on the back line, charm lands, but a pulverize follows it up. And then from there, it just evolves into chaos with Pun, taking Emo out of the equation, being this absolute monster on the back lines. Dire comes in, misses another charm, gets knocked up and gives Artemis the shutdown. But the fact that Eddie, despite that early engage, is untouched. Picture in picture, they're looking for...
Alio. Alio's getting jumped on, so is Artemis. Artemis with a nice bell shield gets himself away from the cease and desist, but it is still going to be that kill found onto Alio. Now Baron is up and available. Team Secret Wales headed that direction. Not the quickest objective take with their team composition, but it should be fairly safe. Very difficult for GAM to ever dream of walking into that side of the map, but with Kaya teleporting in there, they're looking to do so. It's going to be matched though. Pun doing much the same. Kaya's going to be able to spot out. The blue trinket goes over. How much health is left on the Baron, and Team Secret Wales, they peel off.
Yeah, absolutely. Taki has been so crisp with the Rakan. Team Secret Wales, we're still 35 out from the next Dragon. So I think that is going to be the name of the game. Reposition, reset, come back for that Dragon Soul fight. The Dragon Soul point fight, rather.
And GAM, unfortunately, the 1,000 gold shutdown they picked up onto Dire went over to Kiaya. Really wishing it was on Artemis, because until that Infinity Edge is online, he will not be doing the amount of damage you really wish would come out of your Sivir.
Absolutely. It's a pretty significant gap in that mid lane. Dire, again, like I said, he just consistently has some of his best performances on the Ahri.
Certainly does. They're starting up this Dragon, should be able to take it. It's sole point now for Team Secret Wales. GAM, absolutely no way they can respond to it. Substantial 10k gold advantage now for the side of Team Secret Wales, as Baron might even be their next play they look towards.
And they're going to go and clear the vision out. I don't know if GAM are going to be able to find much more than that.
No.
Hex Flash. The shortest distance from point A to point B is a straight line, and Hex Splash gets you in a straight line. It's science.
Now, I mean, it's just going to be so difficult until that Infinity Edge is completed. Now, Artemis is very close to it. Very close. It's not going to cut the mustard.
No, not at all.
2 level difference in terms of 80 carry. 3 levels between the junglers. Levy having a rough one here is threatening around the Baron. Vision control well and truly established. There is a blue trinket available. We'll place it down. They see that it's not happening.
At the moment, Hesto's working his way towards the Guardian Angel even. So once that comes up, he's going to be even harder to deal with. Rabidons for Diet. He is extremely accelerated in this game.
Absolutely, and this Cassante is so wholly unkillable at the moment. No armor pin to be seen for Artemis, still so far away from even dreaming of having any. He needs to desperately finish up that Infinity Edge first. Now GAM in the area trying to get some control over this side of the map back, so they are somewhat aware of what could be going on.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing I think this next, well, the next subsequent team fight is if Dire's hitting those charms. If he does, it's all but over for GAM. He's been a little bit off the money the last few. That presents an opening for GAM to actually start getting some damage out. And then, like you said, with Artemis in the position that he's in, he's going to be hitting very, very hard with those ricochets. I think that may just be IE finished up.
Yeah, looking for the recall. Should have it now. So Sivir will start doing damage to anyone that is not called Pun.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pun is going to be hitting very hard, as we've seen. And with that Iceborne Gauntlet, it has a lot of sticking power to Artemis, which is a little problematic. Flash Ghost going to be there.
I'd say on an ice edge, but in terms of the game, it really isn't. It's just Team Secret Wales not feeling confident enough to start up this Baron. Giving over quite a bit of time for GAM to get these items online. Of course, the Infinity Edge first of all, but now too much of a delay. You start getting armor pen, and this gold lead starts to mean less and less. Nemo as well on the side of GAM, looking towards picking up that Liandry's here as his third item after that stop-off for the Zhonya's early on.
Dire as well, having grabbed the spell shield. So just going to be a little bit harder to lock him down. Vision control continues. Minute 30. Yeah, I mean, that's a value ward for sure. They are going to start it, but you can see that vision is going to give GAM all they need.
Yeah, not entirely aware that it's happening because Eddie hasn't shown, but now they get off.
Ooh, okay, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Once again, another minute or so bought for GAM. Emo recalling will now have his Liandry's available. That's 3 items for him. Making good progress back. The GAM with just how slow the pace of the game has turned into, but 55 seconds and we are quickly going to approach the tipping point.
There you go, Last Whisper picked up now for Levi. So at least some armor pen, not really where you want it.
Was there? Yeah, I guess.
And a crit cloak or cloak of agility for Artemis. I would have thought you would have been a little bit more worried. Look, I suppose you are going to be chewing through those squishy members of Team Secret Wales, but
yeah, it does mean now he's at, I think it's 95% crit chance, so it is something. It means he's pretty much always going to be landing crits. Dragon Soul, the Infernal Soul, the third of today. This will be the option for Team Secret Wales if they are able to get it. It will be a very valuable pickup, especially on a champ like Varus, who does generally have so much uptime. The ricochet hitting onto Taki there is starting to do some damage. Can't get hit by too many of those without losing a substantial amount of your health.
Guardian Angel's available for his toe.
Oh, they're pulling the trigger though. Elio finds his way in. It's a really good look. There's so many members missing. Shutdown. Down goes Eddie. In comes Pun. There's not a whole lot of damage onto him, but Histo and the rest of Team Secret Wales in despair as the shutdowns come through. Team Secret Wales, they thought the look was going to be the Dragon, but GAM realizing the flank was there, they had the vision, they just pull the trigger, they say go, 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 and they get 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how close this game really is despite the numbers of it all.
Levy doing the most damage in that fight.
The shutdown of Eddie.
Oh, Dire's charm goes wide. Levy is going to be able to find the stun. A lot of damage back onto him, but that is going to be the Spirit Rush gone. And now GAM, they can happily back out. There is still a long time until the spawn of Eddie. 15 seconds, no teleport. Pun 30 with the teleport. And GAM are going to feel confident enough now to start up on this Baron, but Histo's here. Taki and Dire much the same. No ultimate on this Ahri. Keep an eye on the Baron health, down to half HP, and Team Secret Wales still desperately trying to find a way in, but the vision's good from GAM. Elio doing a great job of making sure no one can get near this pit, and Baron buff will be picked up here by the side of GAM.
I mean, you wouldn't have thought it, but a brilliant read. As strong as Team Secret Wales are, when spread, they are not.
It's the age-old story of ape together strong.
Absolutely.
But yeah, they just see them on the bottom, and immediately Elio's like, it's go time. They get everything out of Eddie. Levy gets that shut down, 1k to him. And then as the Varus, he is doing a lot of damage because Eddie was so fed. Clean kill over onto Pun, and even more importantly, it's Artemis that picks up that 1k, and now Baron on the top of it. That is his 4th item, and this Sivir is well and truly back.
Absolutely. Hitting like the proverbial truck. Unfortunately, the vision spread for GAM has been that good. That's ultimately what allowed them to go for that play. The problem being is they may not actually get all that much value out of this Baron, given the 5v5 strength that they are lacking.
Yeah, at the moment, not really finding all that much, but as people come back onto the Rift, I imagine they should be able to look towards taking at least this mid lane tower. It would be a huge step in the right direction for them, but Taki's waiting in the wings. He's not going to find access onto Kaya. Emo is going to spot him out.
Or GAM are looking to force the issue.
Dire up on that top side. Artemis has to be so careful. He is so much of the strength here of GAM.
Oh,
does go wide. Elio finds a way into Dire! Oh, Dire does flash away. He's got that Spirit Rush too. 2 more charges left of it. Artemis trying to hit Pun, trying to get those ricochets off. They are doing a lot of damage. Pun down to half HP. But nothing found. A nice unstoppable. Charm connects onto Kiaya. Weaver's wall in. Pun's going to go down. Histo's going in, but it's spell shielded away. And Histo's going to get taken out. That's the Guardian Angel. GAM, they find the fight. That's another 2 kills. Another shutdown. 520 something gold to Artemis, as the mid lane tower is not long for the world. Respawn timers as well are huge. How much can GAM get?
Well, they're looking for the tier 2. Kiai's there. Eddie just has to back right off. And it's unfortunate. Team Secret Wales just trying to overcomplicate things when they just need to keep it simple. And GAM really are just bending them to their will right now.
Again, as the exhaust goes down. Yeah, cool, you've got a spell shield, you block the headbutt, but the headbutt is but a vessel for the pulverize.
They kind of did just sack Pun here a little bit, unfortunately.
There's nothing they can really do. With Dire losing ult, I mean, Histo should never have gone in.
Yeah.
Fortunately does. Artemis spell shields up the cease and assist, and it's a bit of a done deal there. Massive, massive chunk of gold once again to Artemis. Yet to recall, he's going to channel it now. 1 minute out from Dragon again. It is Soul on the horizon for Team Secret Wales.
It would be Soul point for GAM. And what was a pretty substantial gold lead is now all of 800.
And that's full build. Guardian Angel now online for Artemis.
And unfortunately, there's still only so many answers. Team Secret Wales, as bizarre as it sounds, almost need to just take the base on fight. None of these looking for flanks because the vision control is so good for GAM. Oh,
it's going to
that's
land on
better.
Levy, but he is invisible. Elio popping the nos. Oh my lord, that is an E.
It is indeed. But again, they're split. Pun coming in on the top side. Kia is there.
Still 15 seconds, and Artemis heads to mid, pushes out that wave. It's going to delay Pun getting to this fight even longer. Going to pop the on the hunt now. They know that there is no Cassante in the area. But Team Secret Wales are trying to run away. They find their way on Eddie. Eddie with the flash, but they get Taki. Taki is going to use that grand entrance. He's going to use the quickness, and Pun comes in the middle of things. Alio trying to kite Artemis in the middle of absolutely all of his team. He is so protected, and Pun cannot say the same as Artemis. It's go time. The queen of the hunt flashes the wall and absolutely one-shots Eddie. 2 down. This will be the dragon for GAM.
And I think from here, likely the game. I don't know what possessed Pun. But he just full sends it to the middle of the team when Team Secret Wales were clearly already spread. And with no backup, he just dies as the entire 5-man force of GAM turns onto him.
And Artemis, who was down not 5 minutes ago, about 2,000 gold, has had a 5k gold swing in his favor. It was one fight that switched this game entirely. The entire game on its head. We'll take a look here. I mean, they just sprint it. They know that Cassante's answering mid. Good charm, good chunk of damage onto Kiaya, but they find their way onto Taki, who does create space, but then Pun, who's teleporting down to his team, is just left entirely alone. There's nothing.
There's a better ward to teleport to.
Artemis just straight over the wall, everyone else having to run away. Now, importantly, for Team Secret Wales, for the next 5 or so minutes, Artemis no summoners. The Ghost will be up relatively soon, but the Flash is very crucial. Baron buff.
If Pun just teleports to the Tri-Brush with Dire, that fight looks, I think, drastically different. They don't lose out on nearly as much. I mean, realistically, they still have to back off anyway, but...
Oh, Alio, some fancy footwork, dodging out of that Q3.
Unfortunately, I think the levy has broken. Pun intended. Ironically enough. Oh, Pun. Look, respect is given there by GAM. I don't know if it's necessarily wanted, given how quickly they do take him down. And there we go.
Good chunk of damage, but still definitely enough health to work with here for Pun. Still yet to start up the Baron. Both teams very, very strong, but Siva certainly should be that scale tipper that GAM have. Nice seismic shove once again, landing onto Pun. Dire with that spell shield. Levy does get seen there by that pink ward. Hallowed Path will unfortunately fade for him. So many pings. Both teams, the standoff in the mid lane. They call this the VCS standoff. It's Kiaya getting poked away at by Eddie. Weaver's wall, Pun's isolated once again. Seismic shot lands and Pun might just go down, but so much damage as Levy will. He's absolutely gone. Artemis trying to find these ricochets and is absolutely doing so. Answered back as Pun goes down. The flash forward from Dire, the flash away from Kiaya. 1 for 1 is the exchange. It's top laner for jungler.
2 minutes still though to Dragon, so I mean realistically nothing to be found there. In saying that, Artemis does do a lot of damage right now. There could be an argument made for a Baron startup, but realistically you don't want to take it by half measures given the stakes right now. And yeah, Pun is just so spread. Such an easy catch for GAM once again.
Until it wasn't, as they come in, collapse entirely onto Levy, and Pun, while he will eventually go down, he's done enough there to buy time. Dire flashing the wall. If that charm connects, boy oh boy, it could have been Team Secret Wales taking control.
Alright, Taki just loses his entire HP bar to Baron Nashor. I mean, with Levi just coming back up now, you're not losing out on all that much realistically.
Yeah, he's needing to back to replenish the wards anyway, so ultimately won't be the biggest detriment to them, but nonetheless, game on an absolute knife's edge. 41-minute banger between the VCS teams, trying to replicate that of which we had yesterday night.
Current record for the year is 49-40. Unfortunately, I don't think we're quite getting there.
I'd be surprised. Now, I don't know who's going to win, but whoever it is, it's likely to be in the very near future.
I mean, it's still crazy. Dire still has a 3k gold lead, having only died the once.
which means he is at the full build while Emo's still needing one more item. But really, again, it is Artemis we're looking at here.
Absolutely. They just have not found a consistent avenue in onto him.
Yeah,
Between the spell shield and the GA.
Has the flash up very, very soon as well.
Just pings. Pings upon pings upon pings.
Heavy is very aware now that if he is caught out, will be completely one-shot. Has the Guardian Angels at least.
Oh, there you go. I mean, Eddie is certainly not tickling.
He'll going to be used.
Histo.
Histo's on the back line.
I think that was Spell Shield. Artemis does not have Spell Shield.
He does have everything else though. A nice arrow lands. Pun lands a two-man knock-up, and here comes
Histo.
the fight.
Histo, what are you doing?
So much damage. Pun is taking so much. Histo, can he find an avenue in for the time being? No, he cannot. One reset is what Levy needs, and so does Dyer, who's going forward. The charm, it connects onto Levy, but the vision's not there.
What in the world was Histo doing? He was hitting the wave. If he had just closed gap, there was an avenue to shut down Artemis.
This is the Dragon being picked up. Histo's found on the backside. He has the Guardian Angel. He's buying the time. He's trying to go forward. Emo's going to get one shot. Can they take out Histo? It will be the Guardian Angel popped. There is no ultimate available for Artemis, so the damage not quite there, rather. Taki going in. Levy will go down. Double kill found by Dyer as pings towards this Baron start up.
And that likely would mean Baron. I don't know what came over Histo there. But he is so slow during that fight. If he joins earlier, that is 100% Dragon Soul going the way of Team Secret Wales and the Baron to boot. But he stops the wave for some reason. They do come out on top. They find exactly what they're looking for in Levi and Emo. They will get the Baron.
Similar to what we saw in the DFM versus SHG series, it is the Dragon Soul up against the Baron. So if this game does close in the next 3 minutes, if they're able to do substantial amounts of damage to the base of GAM, then it is a victory for them. But unfortunately, for the rest of the game, Infernal Soul is going to be welded by the side of GAM.
And you're not getting the craziest of value out of the comp, but still, look, it's better than not having Soul. Kiaya should be fine.
Able to get on over that wall. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, just watch Histo. So he's down here on the bot side. Artemis takes the majority of his HP and damage. The fight is starting. Histo is catching the wave.
Able to come back and just narrowly getting out. I mean, Dyer here goes for the charm and it connects onto Levy, but they don't have the vision, and the redemption actually saves his life. Or saves his Guardian Angel. But now, because there's no Sivir, it's always going to be very difficult for GAM to find enough damage to realistically fight. Plus the split. They don't have the mobility. There's no way for Artemis to get over that wall, barring the flash, and using flash like that would be extremely foolish.
Yeah, I mean, Taki with a magnificent catch there onto Levi, though.
Oh no! Oh, Elio! Oh, you absolute madman! He finds his way directly onto Eddie. And just showing once again why we say the battle between the two best supports of the region are these two. The game looking very even until Elio just slams that idea into the face.
Oh, he's just so good at it. Elio just is a power unto himself.
The foresight, the blast cone, Q flash, realizing that Eddie will flash away from him to immediately follow the prediction that he found. Kiaya, though, he's in a spot of bother. 3 people on him. Teleport coming through, and Emo might be in a rough position as soon as he arrives as well, as they're sitting there waiting for him. No, it's Elio. And Elio's
they're taking the base.
But they are going for the base. It's 3 members strong of GAM. They're going to get the inhibitor and back on out.
Yeah.
I thought it was Evo, and then Elio is just absolutely rampaging around.
Yeah, he's so good at what he does. Blast cone.
Boom.
Yeah.
The follow-up, well and truly there.
Yeah, just not respecting at all just how mobile that cow can be.
Fantastic find. I mean, this game is just so back and forward.
And there's still potential for one more. If somehow Team Secret Wales do finally shut the door. We are literally 3 minutes away from a new longest game record in the LCP.
And now that we're at this stage, I think we might just make it. I don't think there's many more legs on it than about the 50-minute mark, but again, this game is full of surprises.
It is indeed. And which other region but the VCS would put on a showcase like this?
Recalls coming through here. Artemis not wanting to sell the boots, valuing the mobility a little bit much. And of course, because they have the feats as well, they make it even that much more gold efficient. Selling, however, that Essence Reaver now in replacement for the BT. So no longer will he have 100% crit chance, but the 75. But importantly for him, the poke that gets hit onto him, I guess, from Eddie can be sustained back up.
Yep. Oh, Pun. Playing a dangerous game here. This literally is going to come down to a knife edge. I don't even think it's going to come down to Eldril Baron. Oh, Histo, what are you doing?
Taki's found a way in, but Histo isn't there. Kaya taking up so much. Pun is able to do much the same, but there's the reset. Oh my god! And ripping through the health bars is Artemis, and Histo will be the last domino to fall as GAM will take the 2-0. It was not clean, but it was enough.
Oh, how lost in the jungle can you be? GAM, we're clearly gearing up for a fight, and they are giving exactly what they're looking for.
They were posturing. I don't know. It's a hard decision to make. Taki pulls the trigger, not knowing, well and truly knowing Histo isn't there, and GAM, do they ever capitalize? I mean, ultimately, this game, at the stage that we got to, with how strong Sivir becomes, it was well and truly against them. It was GAM that was certainly in the better position. They had the soul as well, and they get it done. I mean, it's hard to call the MVP, but I almost, for that one pick onto Varus, while the side of Team Secret Wales had the Baron, want to give it to Alio.
Yeah, he just made some real hero plays throughout this series. It's just crazy.
TK, here in spirit, of course, as
But
second seed will be locked in for GAM.
Likely there in person when we go to playoffs, because it is, of course, Danang. How many times can I say it? It's going to be so good.
Absolutely. Kaya, a lot to smile about there. Gives us double thumbs up and bow, a bit of a tradition at this point. GAM time supporters, Captain Levy. It was a rough game 2 for that man. It was a very rough game 2 for that man. Viego, once again showing it. It kind of is just the lesser of these AD Bruiser junglers. But nonetheless, between Emo and Artemis, oh my lord, Artemis.
Talk about a slow burn.
That guy was 0-3-0. And he ends up just ripping through everyone on Team Secret Wales.
48-55. We were 45 or 46 seconds short of a new regional record, but Artemis 56,000 damage. Dire literally had gapped Emo to the point of near irrelevance, and by the end of it, there was only 1,400 gold separating the two teams.
And unfortunately for Team Secret Wales, it's another game where they are so massively ahead.
6-18.
Yep. They do throw an 8.75k gold lead.
Which still is not the biggest gold lead that Team Secret Wales has thrown.
About half, actually. Elio once again finds his way there onto the Varus, just time and time again.
And yeah, there's no doubt now off the back of that highlight, Elio has to be the player of the series. And I mean, just the leg work that he did throughout both these games was just absolutely absurd.
And very few and far between are the games where the support picks up the player of the game, but I think very few and far betweens have has a support been so impactful in turning around an 8k gold lead. I mean, that play that we just watched was the moment the game swung. They see that Histo and Dire are looking for a flank, looking to play for that dragon, and Alio just goes.
Yeah, and I mean, from there, every single point where that leverage turned into even more was, again, off the back of Elliot. I mean, you look at that fight, off the back of a Baron. Team Secret Wales are banging on the front door of their base. And I mean, it starts pretty horrifically for GAM. Like, Team Secret Wales, it's bizarre that both games started in such a way where you were like, absolutely 100% this is just going to be a one-sided stomp, and the game's essentially over. And then somehow GAM comes back and, well, sort of throws it a little bit in game one and then brings it back at the end and then brings it back in the way that they do in game two.
For sure. Yeah, this was funny. Emo just trying to get some minions for himself and claims a Taki on the way through.
Yeah, and then red buff.
Oh, dear. Not the highest amount of damage on that at this stage of the game, but not the highest amount of HP either.
Yeah, and again, just some odd calls that definitely worked against Team Secret Wales, but every time that those odd calls happened, Elio was the one to then come in and absolutely capitalize. Dyer, despite his best effort, just did not have enough, did not have the shoulders to carry this to victory. And Elio, he's about to do it again. Boom. Gives 1,000 gold shutdown to Kia. Unfortunately, not to Artemis, who then does fall to Pun. But, yeah. Walks back into it. Oh, dear.
Team Secret Wales pretty happy at that point.
And again, there, look, he just does it again and again and again.
This was the tipping point. This is where everything turned around. Livy gets 1k. Pun will also go down.
Stuns up Pun, headbutts him back.
It up here. It was
1,000 gold. So in that play alone, he secures 2,000 gold in shutdowns for the team. And then again, he's just here, frontlining, looking for that opportunity. Redemption comes down, he's at half HP. And I can bet you he's about to go send it again onto someone. And yeah, look, he does get bumped aside. Okay, no, he doesn't. He doesn't that time, but it doesn't really matter because the rest of the team has done exactly what they needed to.
Absolutely. More and more gold getting shoved into Artemis, putting him in a position where he can viably carry. Pun comes teleporting in. How are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, he had a ward right under Dyer that he could have teleported to instead. But yeah, the teleporting was a bit rough there. Ultimately, it just ends up costing Team Secret League very, very direly. And then, of course, Elio, boom. Two-man pulverize, gets the headbutt back into the team, gives yet more gold into the hands of Artemis. Doesn't need to be here for this one, though, because Levi's going to snipe it as Varus, and then, boom, Taki goes in. Histo nowhere to be seen. Elio just soaking all that damage, rooted up with the chains of corruption, and then he's about to hit a massive turnaround play.
Look at this. Wow, look at the damage. Oh, my lord. Dyer had like a third of his HP left. It died to one ricochet.
Yeah. Hey, look, the first pulverize I think Elio's missed in that game.
The most meaningless one of them all. Today's results. That was us.
Yeah.
2-0, both games. I mean, the second series was so close. But series one, I mean, Citrus, man.
He's such a character.
What an absolute beast. And I am so excited now for our playoffs because now more than ever, I feel like we're going in with the teams as close as they've ever been. I mean, I will say that yes, CFO still look very far and above the rest of the competition. But everyone else seems like on any given day they can take it. This series could have very well been a 2-0 going the way of Team Secret Wales with how the game's progressed. Group seeding all done and dusted. You'll see it there. CFO first seed, GAM second seed, Team Secret Wales third seed, MVKE fourth seed, then PSG and DFM to round out at fifth and sixth.
I mean, that's an interesting spot. Team Secret Wales were able to avoid going out in the first round in the mid-season purely because they took second seed. This time they were denied that by GAM. So there is a very real risk that they fall short in the playoffs again. So hopefully they've got 2 weeks now before we head to playoffs.
There we have it. There is our round one matchups. Team Secret Wales going up against DFM, being that they are the higher seed in seed 3, and Vikings up against PSG. And I mean, last time the Vikings versus PSG happened, it was a 2-0 the way of the Vikings. Of course, this will be a best of 3. It's all best of 3s up until we do make it to the round 3. In which case, or I guess the round 2 lower seed as well.
Yep.
Will be best of 5s.
And next Well, not next weekend. We've got the OPQ then, the weekend after, when everything has been shifted on over to the home grounds of the LCP season finals, the playoffs. I mean, look, and given how we've gotten here through the seeding bracket, you get that feeling that the LCP will never be the same.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so exciting. Going in, I'm expecting CFO will come out top dog. If you're saying otherwise, you're a little bit
absolutely
of how currently everyone looks. But after that, after we think CFO are first, I don't really know where to place anyone. We've got so many good teams, all the way down to DFM, where, you know, going and looking in the last few splits, you wouldn't have said that. But now, more than ever, they are really ramping up. That Citrus guy lighting a fire underneath them. PSG looking hotter as well. We'll see if they can continue that. But that is a story for not even next week. The week after, we've got the OPQ, Oceania. We've got to find a new representative potentially. But for all of this week, for all the viewership, thank you so much for watching us. It's been an absolute pleasure. The LJL, the VCS Derby is glitter falling around me. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time. Thank you so much.
Fine when tides are high, moving quick before the river runs dry. Ain't no start without an end. Who knows if it's a heaven sent? Every cloud that's present, but can only rain for a while, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the hazards on the road, they come and go, come and go. Come and go, come and go. And all these times are never coming back. But anyway, it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, come and go. They come and go, come and go. days when times are fast. Soon enough we're gonna call it pleasure. One man's luck makes one man sad, and even eagles need to land.